Okay, good morning. We are full of wonderful surprises here today. Mark Greenberg, if you can start making your way to the stage. We're going to kick off the second annual Rebuilding the Sacred Hearts of Our Communities, Faith-Based Affordable Housing Summit. Thank you. And so we understand that man plans and God laughs. So we have some people who are on their way. We also understand the traffic is quite heavy. So we are going to make some changes in the agenda. Welcome changes, because when you have a faith-based housing summit and you need a pastor in the house, there's always a pastor in the house. So we're going to get started here with Mark Greenberg, who is the president of the Interfaith Affordable Housing Collaborative. He's going to make some announcements and speak a little bit. Before we get started, I am going to have some housekeeping, and that is we're here in the South Hall at the historic Riverside Church. If you need to use the restrooms, there is a women's room on this level and also a gender-neutral bathroom on this level, and then the men's room is actually on the C level, so that is one floor down. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to Mark Greenberg, and then I'll come back and speak a little bit more about the partnership. Yes. We have a prayer? Yep. Okay. Yeah. So we are going to actually kick off with our prayer, and we are joined by the gracious Bishop Danilo Archibald of the New Jerusalem Cathedral, who has agreed to do the opening prayer for us. And Reverend Tillard is still in transit, but we are praying for his safe travel and wish him well. When he arrives, he can give us an extra blessing. And with that, thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to Bishop Tillard, to Bishop Archibald.
Thank you. No applause. It's not about me. And I mean it. First of all, I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank New York State Council of Churches and the Interfaith Assembly for inviting me and everyone that's here. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to learn together and to grow together. Every head bowed, please. Father God, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you, oh God, for this wonderful opportunity. We want to thank you for waking us up this morning, yet enclosed in our right minds. We want to thank you for the lungs that our air are breathing. We want to thank you for the ability, oh God, to walk and to see and to smell and to taste, oh God. We want to thank you that we're most appreciative that you chose to wake us up this morning. We want to thank you for the Interfaith Council, the Assembly of Churches. We want to thank you for the men and the women that are here. We want to thank you for this wonderful platform, the information that we're about to receive. We ask that you bless all the presenters, all the moderators today, oh God. We want to thank you for each and every portion of this partnership today that we're having, and we thank you. In the matchless name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Good morning, everyone. And good morning to everyone who's beginning to join us online. We're live streaming today. So hopefully some people who couldn't join us this morning are online and will be able to appreciate our conference. So the purpose of the Interfaith Affordable Housing Collaborative is to see to it that as many congregations across New York State as possible can discern whether they can use their resources to build affordable housing. We know that there's a great need for affordable housing across the state. We know that there are many congregations who have property but do not know if they can build housing. And so we brought together some experts today who can help those present and those online to determine what they can do with their property. Now, the fact is, not everyone has property they can build on. Some do and some don't. But for those who have property, many of them have been frightened to decide to use their property because it's, as we know, a major undertaking. For most congregations, that's all they have. So if they put their property in the wrong hands, they're liable to lose everything. And there are many stories that we've heard of this happening. But what the collaborative has done is bring together experts who we trust to put them in touch with congregations so they can trust the advice that we're able to give them. And then we can connect those congregations to technical assistance folks and to people with funding to help them do what's called pre-development. When I met with the people about 6 years ago when we were just conceiving of this project, and I met with people at HPD, the Housing Preservation Development, and I said, we've got all this faith property around the city, how can we help? And they said the hardest money to get is the pre-development money. Congregations have property and they'd like to do something, but they can't raise money until they have a plan. And how do you have a plan if you have no money? So that gap is what we worked to fill. And we have one of our recipients here of funding that we've provided, you'll hear from later, Mount Zion, where Meta, our pre-development coordinator and our board member, is working to help Reverend Robinson to live out a dream on property in Albany. Now, we know that these things can take years, and it requires a real commitment, a full commitment from the congregation, from the pastor, and from the community. But these things are possible, and there are many examples. But beyond using your own property to build housing, we can all advocate for policies that will make the development of housing on faith property more likely. So I'm very excited about a panel that we'll be having in the afternoon that I'll be moderating with some folks who are probably among the greatest experts on housing policy in New York City and New York State. So I hope that you can stay for that after the panels in the morning on financing and development. So with that, I want to invite our staff person, our director, Rashida Tyler, to join us, and I guess also to welcome the president of the New York State Council of Churches, Gary Van Kennen.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everyone, again, for joining us. My name is Rashida Tyler. I'm the executive director of the New York State Council of Churches, and I'm also the project manager for the Interfaith Affordable Housing Collaborative. Together with the Interfaith Assembly for Housing and Homelessness, the New York State Council of Churches joins together to work, and the IAHC, Interfaith Affordable Housing Collaborative, to work on the partnership for faith-based affordable housing and community development. And so what we do is provide technical assistance, connect churches, synagogues, mosques, all faith groups to resources around development. As you heard Mark say, many houses of worship have property that they want to utilize as part of their mission to help their communities, to help bridge the gap for the housing crisis. And so we help fill that gap. There are many organizations out there that do great work, and we join with them. This is a very small space, and we all collaborate together, because in the end, the goal is that there's more affordable housing. So with that, I would like to say, to extend a warm welcome to the president of the New York State Council of Churches, Gary Van Kennen.
First, I want to recognize the wonderful work of Rashida Tyler and Mark Greenberg and all of those who joined them in collaborating and planning for not only this conference, but for the events and activities around the year. I come before you today to give my regrets and my sympathy to Fred Jackson, who lost his wife, Mary Lou, his wife of more than 6 decades yesterday. So he is not with us, but he has been very active as treasurer of the New York State Council of Churches and as a board member of the IAHC. So in honor of all of the Christian work that they have heard God's call to, and the many successes that they have achieved and participated in, I would like to give Fred and his family and Mary Lou a moment of silence, if you'd join me. Amen. And Fred does send his regrets, and he's disappointed not only in losing his wife, but this is a very important project for him, and he's disappointed that he can't be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you. Okay, with that, I'd love to call up our first panel. And we have, the first panel is going to be on faith leaders and their experience with development. So often, seeing an example of those before you is very helpful to help you see the path ahead. So I'd like to welcome Chief Executive Director of Community Housing Initiatives, Incorporated, Reverend Ron Abad. Ron Abad is a dynamic speaker, a thought leader for more than 30 years, executive-level leadership experience in government, nonprofit organizations, focusing on housing, homelessness, and community-based services. He currently serves, again, as the CEO of the Community Housing Initiatives, Incorporated, CHI, a nonprofit housing provider serving thousands of families and individuals across Westchester, Long Island, the Hudson Valley, and New York City. Welcome to the stage, Reverend Ron Abad. We would also like to welcome Senior Pastor of the Mount Zion Baptist Church in Albany, New York, Reverend Jamal K. Robinson. Reverend Jamal Robinson is the senior pastor of the Mount Zion Baptist Church and also has been a Common Council member, and raised with the guidance and strength of his mother and grandmother, he developed an early commitment to service, community care, and faith-based leadership. He holds a BS in Human Development from SUNY Empire State College and a Master of Arts in Leadership with an emphasis in Christian ministry from the Luther Rice University Seminary. Reverend Robinson has also served with the leadership roles with the Empire State Baptist Missionary Convention, the Central Hudson Baptist Association, and the Metropolitan New Testament Baptist Mission Baptist Education and Community Outreach. He was also the Albany Common Council representative for the 5th Ward and has been a strong advocate for reducing poverty, eliminating blight, and expanding housing and community development and investing in challenged neighborhoods. Welcome to the stage, Reverend Robinson. And I will be moderating this panel. I've been looking forward to this, some great leaders. Okay, and while we do a mic check.
Thank you.
I think after this, probably there'll also be some mic dropping, but we'll see. Okay. Gonna make sure we have the right presentations here. So we have two wonderful pastors with us today who are both developing projects. I want to start with Reverend Abad to talk about his project, Mount Hope. I'm going to try to pull this up for you here because technology is wonderful. Make sure that we have the proper presentations. We're going to go over here and make sure that we have the rendering for Mount Hope. Okay. So, Reverend Abad, will you tell us about the project you're currently working on?
Sure. Welcome. Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Good morning. I'm Ron Abad, CEO of Community Housing Innovations. We are a nonprofit housing developer based in New York. We cover New York City, Hudson Valley, Westchester, Long Island. We're a community because we're out from Newburgh to Poughkeepsie, Mount Vernon, White Plains, Bronx, New York, Riverside, Carl. That's the community. We're housing because we do affordable housing, supportive housing development, first-time home buyer. We operate shelters all throughout. Renovation because we're 30 years.
Your mic, there you go.
Here we go again. Can you hear me now?
Hold the mic a little closer.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there we go.
Tap it.
Yes.
Test.
1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1. All right, much. Once again, Ron Abad, CEO, Community Housing Innovations. We are a not-for-profit housing developer that provides housing all throughout New York City, Long Island, Hudson Valley, and Westchester. $125 million operating budget, over 800 employees. We're community because we're out in Newburgh, Poughkeepsie, all throughout New York City, Hudson Valley, Westchester, Long Island, Riverhead, Coram, Hempstead. We're housing because we do affordable housing, supportive housing, first-time home ownership, property management, and homeless shelters. And we're innovations, community housing innovations, because we're always looking for innovative ways to help people in the housing journey. Why are we in this business? Because every person needs housing. There isn't a person who isn't a paycheck or crisis away from homelessness.
Yes, that's true.
Housing is a dignity. There isn't a person that doesn't need safe and affordable housing. Let's start off there. Housing is foundational biblically. It's a fundamental right, dignity given by God, no matter what your faith is. From Genesis 1, housing, it was always about land, it's still about land. And the church, the faith institutions have always been in the center of addressing the needs of the poor, addressing the needs of those that are struggling, those that are sick, those that are in need of housing. And I always say housing is fundamental. That's why we say, let's put faith in housing.
Yes, very true.
To start off, the churches for thousands of years have been in the center of communities on providing housing. Lately, the church has been on the periphery, on the outside of providing housing. And developers, landowners, government has been in the center, and churches have been in the outside. We're moving to transition it back to the original restoration of the dwellers, where the faith-based institutions, churches are in the center of each community, not only addressing the needs, spiritual needs, but also the physical needs. Matthew 25, right, Rev? Addressing it, and that's why we do that. But also, I am a bivocational pastor. I am pastor of Freedom Hill Church. We are a new church plant. So in 57 years and 30-something years in housing, as a father and a grandfather, I decided to plant a church 2 years ago, right? Like if I'm not, also not too busy. I'm an ordained minister with the Assemblies of God, but very blessed to have the opportunity to really work in this field and to answer God's calling. So Mount Hope Plaza is 56 units of 100% affordable for seniors 62 and over, with 20 of the units being supportive units served by ESHI. And these are persons who are over the age of 62 with a serious mental illness and or homeless or have an unmet housing need. So we are in a joint venture project. I serve as an example of how churches, faith-based institutions can do joint venture projects with not-for-profit housing developers and other developers to utilize the land that God has blessed our faith-based institutions in a way to meet the needs of that community housing. Mount Hope AME Zion Church, they are the oldest black church or black-led, spiritually led church in Westchester County. Next year in 2027, they will celebrate 200 years of existence.
Beautiful.
Mount Hope AME Zion Church, based in White Plains. 200 years. They have a history going back where Frederick Douglass preached. Frederick Douglass preached under them.
Yes.
There's an underground railroad tunnel area in White Plains, believe it or not, that the church was affiliated with. They have a deep history. They were the first church in Westchester County to do housing back in the 1950s. In the 70s, they were part of urban renewal, where they got land, and they have underutilized that land for many years. So that's a prime example where churches all over our country, not just New York State, but New York State under your leadership has been a leader, a model of faith-based institutions using the church God has blessed them, the land that God has blessed them, to address the housing needs of that community, right?
And
so Mount Hope AME Zion Church, 200 years they will celebrate. They've had this property for decades. and they had a vision for years, but in the last 10 years, they had a specific vision to use that property
And
to
that's
build
under the
housing.
Reverend Gregory Smith.
Yes, that's Reverend Gregory Smith.
Yes.
So it took them 10 years, at least actually really 7 years to get it off the ground. But they had a desire for their church to develop there. They reached out to us, and we brought this project. And I'm looking forward to discuss this project in this panel.
Amen. And I'll say in full disclosure, I also am AME Zion, so this project has been so exciting to see. I literally parked in the parking lot where the building is going up, so seeing it go from a parking lot to a home is amazing.
Yeah, this is actually a rendering. I'll share more. I think I have a picture of the project, which we project to complete by this December. But we did a faith walk around the property together. You were part of the faith walk, and it's actually coming into fruition.
Amen. Hey, and Reverend Robinson, would you tell us about your project? And you're based in Albany, which is about, oh my goodness, how about 150, 125 miles from New York City, is that?
Yes, about that.
Awesome. So tell us about that. It's New York State's capital. So this is an exquisite location and great atmosphere in Albany.
Yes, so just a little, Albany, New York is the oldest continuously chartered city in America, and a city that I was born and raised in, grew up in, and I gained my roots in the church. In Albany, and the inspiration, I can remember our church building senior housing across the street from the church. So I became the pastor of the Mount Zion Baptist Church in July of 2021, and when I got to the church and I had to do the interview, the chairman of our diaconate ministry said, you know, we're not rich in houses and land, but what we can offer you is an opportunity. And so, you know, my thing to him was, I don't need an opportunity. What we need is a strategy. And as long as you have a strategy, a lot of things will become possible. And so when I was installed as pastor, the first year that I was there, I started our Nehemiah Capital Stewardship Campaign. And the building that we are currently in was built in 1892. The church took over the building in 1957. And when I got there, the building was in severe disrepair. Had a leaking roof. And any pastor who has charge of an older building knows some of the challenges that you have. First year I was there, we had 2 furnaces that went that we had to replace. And so I started that renovation project, and I called it the Nehemiah Project because, as what Nehemiah did, we wanted to rebuild the walls of our church. But not only did we want to rebuild the walls of our church, I wanted to expand that scope and also rebuild the walls of our community. The area where the church is located in the south end of Albany has a lot of challenges, has a high poverty rate, has a high rate of abandoned vacant buildings, and also there are some environmental things that the community is also suffering from. And so what I did was I did some missional mapping. And what I call that missional mapping was how can we leverage the assets of the community to build the community? And so I began to look for opportunities in the South End to where we can leverage something. And so God played upon my heart to, land acquisition. And so in a city that has already been built up, it's hard to find land that you really can, take and build. And so we found some properties. I was doing some research and found a parcel of land available not too far from us, probably about less than a mile from us. And I inquired with our Albany County Land Bank about that property. And as I did some more research, there was another parcel available. And so it ended up being 18 parcels available.
Wow.
That they had of vacant land. As you can see in this little square here, or triangle, or I don't know what shape it is, but about 18 parcels of land that we were able to acquire from the Albany County Land Bank at $600 a parcel. And so at that time, I didn't know what God wanted us to do with the land. I didn't know whether it was to build a church or to build something else. And I really began to pray earnestly about what God would have us do. And so when we purchased the land, we had a land dedication ceremony where we anointed the land and prayed for God to lead us in a direction where to go. And so he led us to build affordable housing on those parcels of land. So that's how our project came about.
That's amazing. So can you explain a little bit more about the location of the project, the south end? Because you were mentioning that. Why is that significant? Why is there a need for housing there?
Gotcha. So it's significant because there is a lack of affordable housing in the city of Albany. And where this property is located across the street from a park, located across the street from a school. It's on a major highway intersection, and it's just all the things seem to add up on this should be a prime spot for housing in the community. And then also, as we began to engage neighbors about the prospect of building affordable housing, some of the neighbors that we did engage, some of them, they love the wooded area, but it presents a lot of problems. You have dumping that goes on the site. You have different kind of animals that traffic the site. I was there a couple months ago and I seen a deer run through the site. So they want something done there. They want something to happen. They want some type of community development initiative. And so this is why, we felt it would be a perfect opportunity for the neighborhood.
Okay, and so this question is for both panelists, but Ron, I'll start with you. The project at Mount Hope, do you know how many units that will create in the neighborhood? And what was the process like going about selecting the type of project to build?
Yeah, it's 56 units of supportive, affordable for seniors, 62. So this is senior housing, 100% affordable, and 56 units. It took, like I mentioned, the project as far as the vision was for decades. And Mount Hope AME Zion Church was a major leader in housing in the Westchester County. Actually, I mentioned they were the first church to own a credit union in Westchester County. They had housing in the 50s, co-op, Kensico Dam location. So they had a church commitment to do more housing for a couple of decades. This was their fourth relocation on the property. And like I mentioned, the property has historic value for decades, going back to Reconstruction, post-Civil War. So their need, Mount Hope, the name Mount Hope, right, is the idea of building. So they had property, which, believe it or not, is on a rock. But the property, several acres, was underutilized for many years. And of course, like every place in New York, there's a need for more affordable housing.
Right.
And not only from the need for more affordable housing from the congregants, but the entire community. Right. So Westchester County is known. People think it's a county of high income earners, but there's poverty, there's low income even in Westchester County. Even in White Plains. So the church started mobilizing, praying to better utilize the property. And about 10 years ago, there was a conversation, which should be prompted. Part of this was a conversation with your local stakeholders, the county, Westchester County, the city of White Plains, New York State, HCR, right? Office of Mental Health, et cetera. So it's a $40 million development project, a 9% low-income housing tax credit project, and it needed conversations with various stakeholders with additional layering beyond the tax credit. And that's how we, Community Housing, came on board. As an experienced not-for-profit developer in housing, we came and we did a joint venture project with them, began a joint venture with them 3 years ago. So even though the project was in fruition as far as conversations, trying to get the financing, we were asked as an experienced provider to come in to give additional heft to the church, right? Based on our experiences, based on my relationships, to really move the church to better utilize there. So we did groundbreaking 2 years ago, as you, I think you were there, or at least the team was there 2 years ago. We project to open this winter by the new year. We were projecting to open April 2026 a few months ago, but we went through a significant delay because of the rock that we had to break through in order to continue to build from there. So it's a 9% deal, HCR, New York State HCR funding. It also has SGOMH funding for the seniors, because 20 of the 56 units will be for seniors with histories of significant mental illness or homelessness. That's the SG portion. And it's got funding from Westchester County and from the city of White Plains.
Okay. And I know, Reverend Robinson, you're just in the pre-development phases. What are your considerations in deciding what types of housing that you're going to be building, and the mix in terms of community need and the need of the types of housing in the area?
Gotcha. So the goal right now is to build some buildings that are basically a mixed population.
Yes.
We have not settled on any specific, type of population at the moment, but, and Maida will get into this later, but we are proposing to build with some zoning changes up to 84 units. I think the preliminary estimates was about $20 to $25 million project to get off to build. So.
Amazing. So what are some of the challenges during the process that you have faced? And I hope people understand the kind of juxtaposition that we have here on the panel. We have a faith leader who is starting this process, and we have a faith leader who had this development before. And so what would you say to faith leaders who are just starting out? So from your perspective, Reverend Robinson, of challenges that you've faced, things that you've faced as a faith leader who's just starting this process, and then to you, Reverend Abad, as someone who is seasoned in this process, what are some of the kind of challenges or things that a faith leader should look out for in the process?
So I think some of the challenges that I faced starting out, it was where do we start? I think that is one of the biggest challenges that anyone who is about to enter this type of work would have. Where do you start? And luckily, you start by addressing your networks. Who are the people that you? I'm sorry. So who are the people that you are surrounded by? Who are the people that has experience in the area? Who are the people that have done this type of work and probably can lead you to make those connections? And so that happened when I was introduced to Reverend Peter Cook by a mutual friend, Reverend Michael Henry Poindexter. We were at an event, and he introduced me to Reverend Cook and said, Reverend Robinson is trying this endeavor. And from there, the ball started rolling. So it's about, looking at your networks and seeing who's in your network and see who you can get connected to. I think that's how you can get started. And then also the capital, I think, is a big barrier as well. We are a smaller congregation, but we are a growing congregation. When I first got to the church, there was about 20 members sitting in the congregation. But we've grown to about 150 members since the 5 years that I've been pastor, and we're still continuing to grow. So when you have that size of congregation, you don't necessarily have the capital to enter into this type of work. And so again, that's where those connections become important. And so thankfully and gratefully, through a loan, and I will say a forgivable loan,
Yes.
the Interfaith Affordable Housing Partnership, we were able to enter into this work. And then also, entering into this work, you have to have the right team of partners. So how do you establish the right team of partners? I think that's also a big deal, because I think entering into the space, one of the things that I think a pastor fears is you don't want to be taken advantage of. So you want to ensure that your partners know your mission, know what you're trying to do, and try to help you achieve that mission that you're trying to do. And so that's why I'm grateful for our development team that we have, which Maida is our project coordinator for that team, and then also the attorneys and the lawyers, the attorneys that we hired, and also the development consultants. So I think those would be the 3 areas of the biggest barriers that we faced.
Awesome. And so that forgivable loan is through the Interfaith Affordable Housing Collaborative, and it's working toward a goal for the congregation. So writing an RFP. That's so everything is working toward that goal?
Yes. So right now we're working toward that goal to issue an RFP to partner with a developer who will help us achieve this project. And so also I would say another thing is stakeholder buy-in is another thing that you have to really hone in on, okay? You have to also get your trustee board to buy in. You may have to also get your congregation to buy in. Then you have to get your elected officials to buy in. Then you got to get your community to buy in. So there are multiple levels that you have to get buy-in for as well.
Awesome. And Reverend
Yeah,
Abad.
absolutely, totally agree. I think the book of Nehemiah is a great example you referenced, right? I think the biggest challenge that faith-based institutions, churches have on building affordable housing, and I'm going to say it, is the lack of faith.
Yeah, say it. Say it again. Say it again.
I'm going to start. I'm not preaching this morning, and I'm not
It's okay.
called here to preach, but the biggest challenge that faith-based institutions, churches, synagogues, and even mosques have in using their land to build housing or build community centers or anything is the lack of faith. And I say that really deeply as a joint venture developer who's a CEO of a not-for-profit, but also a faith leader, is that many church leaders, faith-based, don't know what they have. Many have been abused over the century, the decades, as you mentioned, have been taken by very sophisticated developers and landowners with different intent.
Yes.
So we forewarn folks to be very smart through the process. So lack of faith is number one. The second challenge is the lack of relationships. If you're only focused on the spiritual and not focused on the natural, right, there'll be naturally a deficit over time. So many faith-based institutions, I think there's significant studies, and I can't quote them and I won't, of the amount of space and land that faith-based institutions all throughout New York State own that are underutilized.
Yes.
You can go to almost any major city, any town, any village, all throughout New York. I'm fortunate to travel all throughout, so it's not New York City. New York City is considered the epicenter, but you go all throughout, there are many, many faith-based institutions with significant amount of land that's underutilized, and in the same neighborhood amongst their own congregants, they need housing. So one is lack of faith and one is relationships. Number two is relationships. You need relationships outside of the church. Not just your congregants, not just your trustees.
Yeah.
You need to know all the elected officials. They need to know you. You need to know all the government officials. You need to know every major state, federal, state, local government representative. You need to know your community board. You need to know who's on your planning board. You need to know who's on your city council. You have to form relationships outside of the church to really help you in the long run better utilize the land that's owned by your church. You need to know who are the people on that zoning committee. Who are the 3 people that really are against housing, unless it's their own housing, for their own family, right? Who is sitting on your zoning board in your community?
Right.
Who's sitting on the planning council, on the planning committee?
Right.
Who has control over the land use
committee at the city council level. These are the people that you need to build relationships there. Then you have to build relationships with many of the institutions you have here. With the council, right? With other trade associations, the Supportive Housing Network of New York, Human Services Council, New York State Affordable Housing Commission, all these various committees and trade coalitions that are for housing, faith-based institutions need to build relationships with them. You have to build relationships with your elected officials, your congressperson, your senator. You really need to use a level of influence and relationship with them. You have to build relationships with local lenders, that local bank, that local credit union, right? That's called the Rhinebeck Community Center Bank, whatever it is, that local, the Kingston Credit Union. You have to build relationships with them. You have to build relationships with local developers, with small business owners, the Chamber of Commerce, build relationships with those who need, because business, housing is related to business. It's related to commerce. It's related to every significant sector there. So if you limit your reach and your influence to just church or faith-based, you are not really using what God has given you. Then you got to build resources. Through the relationships, you build resources. The lack of capital, the lack of access to capital is the number one barrier, as we all know. The lack of access to capital is the number one barrier. You build the relationships to know about zoning. You build the relationships to know about land use. You build the resources so that you can build that foundation to begin building. It can't be limited to your tithes and your offerings.
So with that being said, as we're building these external relationships, because this does not come naturally for faith-based organizations. We're in the business of saving souls. We're in the business of ministering to people, not necessarily in the business of building, but we got to get savvy about that. So the question is, we know about building relationships externally. What about internally? Because many churches, not all, have to go through a process where they reach the Attorney General's office and the deal has to get approved. And so there has to be certain steps that congregations take internally in order to not have the deal kicked back when they reach that stage. So could I ask a little bit about, and that we'll go to Reverend Robinson, what was the process like to get internal buy-in with your trustees, with your congregation? And then Reverend Abad, if you want to touch on that as well.
So the initial conversation did have to, with our leadership structure, did have to start with our church trustees. But the conversation, I believe, was easier for me because our church was ready for change and ready for something new, ready for a big, bold vision. And however, they were apprehensive because this is a massive undertaking.
Yes.
And as you said, Reverend, is that you have to step out on faith. And so I had to let them know that this is going to be a faith journey, and we have to trust and believe that God is going to provide for us every step of the way. And so it was in that context that we had to put it to a vote. And then we had to provide a resolution to put to a church vote. And so when we put it to a church vote, the church was excited because when I became pastor, I told them, we have our congregation, but we also have our community. And if we are just sitting in church Sunday after Sunday and not going out and doing anything in the community and for the community, what are we doing? And so, having our church be really community-centric and really community-focused is what, I use to have that buy-in. There's a quote that says that God has called us to be fishers of men, but we have become keepers of the aquarium. And so it's really about getting beyond the four walls, seeing what the community needs are, and beginning to address those needs.
Absolutely awesome.
You clearly need approval structure based on the church's structure, their bylaws, their trustee approaches, the total buy-in from the congregation, et cetera. What many churches have done, what Mount Hope did, was build a separate entity called Mount Hope Development Corporation, which many of the major churches that are involved in affordable housing all throughout New York may have a distinct development corporation which has its own trustees, its own incorporation process, its own review process through the state and locally, right? So they have Mount Hope AME Zion, right, church, right? And then you have Mount Hope Development Corporation, which is the key entity there. We as the not-for-profit developer also need approval process. So I, as a CEO, had to get approval from my board of directors, trustees as well. And we get the review, and then we also have to get review from the county, et cetera, right? So approvals are needed across the board, but it takes, just like we mentioned, the vision, it takes a strategy, it takes a plan, it takes relationships, it takes resources and buy-in, and then based on all that, you could begin to present packages for the appropriate approval levels.
Can you talk a little bit about that timeline? Because it's about managing expectations. A lot of times people think, I have an idea, let's go out and approach the bank and find a builder and throw up a structure, and it's going to happen in a year, it's going to happen in 6 months. Can you speak about that management of expectations and the time that it takes?
Timing is a major issue in anything you do, but particularly in housing, because a lot of these projects, they all take years.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, it takes years just to get the vision and strategy and the buy-in at the church level, right? It may take, depending on the dynamic of that institution, it may take years. It takes years just to get the approval levels, the permit levels from the state, from the county, from the city. That takes years. It takes years to get financing. Right. You'll hear about that more in future panels, right? It takes years for development and construction. So these projects for 56 units, it's taken us 10 years. But that's why we're supporting the faith-based bill.
Yes. Which we will hear about later on in today's program.
That's why, to expedite or to move the process in the development process. That's why you hear of the major efforts all throughout New York, right? Through the city, through various towns, through seeker reform, through speed, et cetera, for some of you who are in the affordable housing space, to expedite the process, because we're building 56 homes, but it's taken years to get to this level, right? So it's a long journey. It's a marathon, and it takes various levels of approval, and a lot of advocacy, a lot of work, a lot of planning, right? A lot of financing. Right. But to answer your question, it takes years. Yes.
Reverend Robinson.
Yes, my patience has gotten better in this process. I believe that we started the conversation in 2023. Reverend Peter Cook and Rashida, we believe we started that conversation in 2023. And then I believe in 2024 is where things begin to really gel. And then at the beginning of 2025, that's when we really started to put pen to paper, and that's when we signed that MOU agreement about the pre-development funding. And so now we've been in a year-long process where we meet about every 2 weeks to discuss the project.
Awesome.
And I believe in a few months, that's when we're going to really start putting pen to paper to do the RFP process. And then also, I think there is also a lot of paperwork that's involved. When I first got to Mount Zion, they didn't have an accountant. So I had to ensure that an accountant was hired, because I knew that later on down the line, with the vision that God has given me, we're going to need to have finances in order. We're going to need to have that paper trail.
Yes.
We're going to need to have all of our filing information. We're going to need to have our church history. We're going to need to have our bylaws, and we're going to need to have our constitution. And
Absolutely.
so we've begun, before we even started the housing project, to put those items together. And so now we're in the process where a lot of those items have now come due.
Awesome.
So we're thankful and grateful that we started that process some years ago to now. We're in a position that we can move along at a more swifter pace than if we had to put those things in place.
Absolutely.
And like I mentioned with Mount Hope, they're a 200-year-old church, so they were involved in housing from the 50s on to now, right? This particular project, it's close to 10 years, about 8, 9, 10, so let's say about 10 years. We did groundbreaking 2 years ago, and we project to open, like I said, by the end of this year, right? So, and we, CHI, got involved. I got involved about 3 years ago, and then we took joint venture 2 years ago to push the groundbreaking there. But it's a timing. But the key is there will be seniors moving in hopefully by the new year in their own homes. And when they move forward with God, there'll be more seniors. So the legacy should continue for many, many years moving forward. Amen? So you may have to do some initial, patience and timing, right? But it's worthy. It's investment of capital, but it's also the investment of time.
Right.
And there'll be, for decades moving forward, 56 units of quality housing for seniors in the future. So that, I think I encourage people to look long-term and not look at projects from a short-term basis.
And Reverend Robinson, you look like you wanted to add to that. I just wanted to say, did you want to add anything to that, or you're? Okay. We know that many congregations may have this idea and really want to develop, and go out and speak to the community and hear pushback. I don't want this in my neighborhood, NIMBYism not in my backyard. What are some ways, well, first, do you have any experience with NIMBYism, and how have you overcome that? And then if you haven't yet, what are your plans, or how are you planning to tackle that?
I'm 57 years old. My entire life I've experienced NIMBYism. I don't ever, my entire life, right? So this is not just work, this is life. I was fortunate to be raised in South Bronx in Section 8 housing.
Yes.
Public housing in the barrio, East Harlem. My family struggled with homeless stability, instability, and homelessness. So I know this firsthand. This is not a job. There will always be people in opposition to you. But I've learned in this from the professional aspect of the 57 years, 30-something years doing this, is that unless that person needs housing themselves, I've been in numerous community meetings where after the meeting, someone's asked me, is there any way you can help me with my son to get housing? Is there any way you can help me with my aunt, or my cousin who's struggling with autism? Or with my grandfather who's a veteran? Or my son who's coming out of prison? The same people in opposition need housing, right? So I encourage, say yes, right? And there will always be. That's one. Two, the track record, and you'll probably hear from some of the partners in the future panels, there are hundreds and hundreds of great projects all throughout New York State, affordable housing projects, supportive housing projects that are incredible. They add dynamic to the communities. They're beautifully designed. They enrich those communities. They're providing homes for people. They're prime examples of beautiful designs, beautiful projects. All through. There's a track record of projects that were in opposition.
Right.
There's a lot of opposition, but now are open. And people actually in the community want to move into them. And oftentimes go to the not-for-profit housing developer or the developer and say, can we move into them? So after you go through that NIMBY battle, in the long run, it's an added value to that community. Of course, it's that homeowner, but it's an added value to that community. And people typically in the community who were in opposition, in the long run, turn around and we see the significance of that housing. Housing is we're pro-housing. Housing benefits everyone, not just folks that are in need of housing.
Right.
It has a ripple positive effect on the community. It has a ripple positive effect on the local businesses. It has a ripple positive effect on the local banks. Ripple positive effect on commerce. So in the long run, even though there may be opposition, the reality of it is the fruit of the investment, the patience, the struggle. When you see your community change in 3 years, so whenever you build, right? It's a preset. You will be encouraged, and people will go to you and tell you, thank you for staying the course. Thank you for not allowing those in opposition to be cared. Nehemiah had opposition. Sanballat and Tobiah, for some of you who know your Bible.
Yes.
Amen?
Amen.
So while he was trying to build a wall, there were those in opposition. And at the long run, the wall of Jerusalem was built, the community was empowered, and the nation became stronger, and the opposition died.
Amen.
Absolutely, and I would say, one of the things about Nehemiah, they tried to get him off the wall, but he would not come down. And so, again, what you're saying is staying the course. And I also think, being a prior city councilman, one of the biggest things that issues always came up when developers came to develop was, what is the community benefit?
Yes.
And you can't just say, oh, well, we're building something in your community, that's a community benefit. No. What are the real tangible things that the community can see and take advantage of that they can now support your housing project? And so this is why when we're in our planning phase, I'm always mentioning things like a 24-hour daycare, a fitness room, a fitness gym, and things of that sort, library. What are the things that the community can tangibly take advantage of that they can say, yes, we want you to build here?
Right. And your model, it's not just pure housing. You're also mixing in other uses, right? Is that correct?
Yes, and maybe we'll get into this. One of the other things that we are doing is also designing a church to sit on the site as well. Awesome. And so again, we want that church space to be a benefit to the community. So we're thinking of things such as a food pantry on site, a soup kitchen on site, things of those sorts that the community again can take advantage of and say, you've made our community better by your investment.
And Reverend Abad.
Yes, I think it's just the idea of moving forward, always being perspective, and really looking at the project on the long-term positive benefits. Housing, I always say, is at the core of everything. Housing is healthcare, housing is business, right? Everyone needs housing. In Westchester County, in New York City, there are challenges because even though we're encouraging more commerce, more businesses, et cetera, there isn't sufficient amount of housing. And affordable is relative. This is not just affordable housing for low income.
Yes.
There are people in Westchester County where the average median of a house is about $700,000, and you can make over $200,000 and still cannot afford housing in certain parts of Long Island and Westchester County, even New York City, right? So affordable housing, of course, is a term about 30%. If you're spending more than 30%, your cost burden. But everyone needs housing that is affordable based on their income.
Yes.
Right? We're supporting and pushing for those, particularly of all the entire community, but particularly those of lower or moderate income, where there isn't sufficient housing because of the lack of supply. Right? That's the issue. There isn't enough supply to meet the demand of housing in our community. So we're encouraging that faith-based institutions be in the game. Don't just allow developers to be in the game. Don't just allow banks to be in the game. That faith-based institutions are the center of all the communities all throughout the country, throughout our world, that the faith-based institutions who have land be at the center of the affordable housing mix and not allow it just to the private market or the government. It is the role of faith-based institutions, I think, the church, to be part of the cross-sector influence, which is government, commerce, business, faith-based institutions, community there. It's just including us, expediting the process, right? So that we're part of a mix that really benefits every sector. If you only have bankers or developers or people who don't even live in your community to benefit financially from building housing in a community that sometimes they're scared to go to, and then they move out to another community, they reap the benefits, and the people in your community or in your church need housing. When they go to your church or your synagogue or your mosque, they're going for spiritual needs primarily, but the church, the faith base, have always been at the forefront of addressing the needs of poverty, of food, of all the other ills. When that young couple doesn't have health insurance, faith-based institutions are addressing it.
Right.
When that senior needs medical help, they're addressing it. Yes. When they need housing, we're just saying churches, faith-based institutions should be in that mix, in that conversation.
Absolutely.
I would also add to that about getting community buy-in, know who sits in your congregation. because your congregation will be the biggest advocates for you. And we have several of congregation members who live near the vicinity of where we're proposing to build. And I've brought them into the conversation and said, this is what we're looking to do. You know, we put the buzz out there and, you know, strongly advocate because you see the benefit of this project.
Mm-hmm. So that internal team is so important, having that support. As we head toward wrap up, I just wanted to ask, as faith leaders, and I'll start with Reverend Robinson, what is something that you wish bankers, developers, those who are in the housing development sector would understand about your institutions, your churches?
I think the biggest thing is that, you know, we are all new to this space, and so our knowledge level may not be at the level that, you know, everyone else is. And so what I always encourage and what we did at Mount Zion, we're at a level where now we're starting to get into a lot of technical terms and a lot of things. And so it's really starting to even go over my head because I've worked in supportive housing space for nearly a decade. And so I got to a certain level where I'm just like, yeah, I'm not really, you know, gaining what I need to gain different information. So I brought on someone on our team who is a local developer who knows the area and who I can call to after our meetings to begin to help me digest things. So now I can digest, you know, tell my congregation and tell our trustees how it goes. So I think that's an important thing is to really always have someone in the room who can speak the language of an everyday common person. That makes sense.
Awesome.
Yeah, I encourage. There are numerous developers. There are numerous banks. There are numerous lenders. Numerous voices in the housing space, whether supportive, affordable. Numerous. I would encourage faith-based institutions that there are options. Form relationships. Spend time. Really checking, doing some litmus tests on those that approach you. You know, see their track record, see how they've invested in your community. Don't be so quick to sign on there, but encourage you to really to know your value, know your congregation, know the land that you have, and know the value it brings. So forming relationships like we've been is so key. There's so many developers, lenders, bankers, syndicators, et cetera, in our space who I think are friendly to the community, friendly to the faith-based institutions, who many of them are people of faith themselves, right? Look for those people to weed out those who really are not in your interests, who are not in the interests of your community, who are not in the interests of supporting you in the long run. If they benefit more than you do, do not sign.
And at the partnership, we recommend that faith leaders do not sign until you have went through a process where you have talked to your own attorney, not the attorney of the developer, that you have had an architect look at your potential property, what you can build, and that you have done a process to decide what you want to build. Do not sign. There is no rush until you take your time, and then you can approach veterans like Ron and the other experts that we will have here today. So with that, we're going to stop and we're going to take some questions if there are any in the audience. All right. A mic is coming to you. Sorry.
Pastor Sheila Gillum, Shiloh Church of Christ, Disciples of Christ. Thank you, panel, for offering your insights. I would like to know how you move from formulating the vision to creating a community development corporation. Is a CDC necessary for every building process, or can you move ahead without that?
I won't give you a blanket question, because that's a question that you need counsel, you need consultants who are in the business to meet with you, or your trustees and your team to go through. But that's a question you want to ask, and that's a question that you want a few answers, right? That's a question that you really want to be able to vet with your trustees and with some partners and with some trade associations that are part of the mix before you move forward, right? There are different models, different structures. There just isn't one blanket approach or formula. It works. Different faith institutions are doing different models based on their needs and the vision, right? I think what we're encouraging is that from moving from vision to fruition, or moving from vision to a plan, that you really need a cross breed of partners and resources to support you in moving the vision into paper, right? And then into a plan which will lead to financing and relationships and et cetera. But there isn't any one particular model, and you'll probably hear more about that in the future panel. The panels this afternoon, but I'm just encouraging you, take that time to move the vision to the strategy. And that strategy plan should be, make it plain. The word says make it plain, write it down, right? And then begin to get the team, the group of advisors around you, right, to really advise you. And there are numerous advisors, but in that process, really just make sure that it's the right vehicle, right formula, right approach for your particular church context.
Great, thank you. Oh, Reverend Robinson, were you going to? No. Are you going to? Okay. Is there any other questions? Not, we're going to wrap on this panel. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll come back at about 10:43, I'd say, and we will be joined by Mike Lappin, who will present to us about small lot infill development. Thank you.
All righty. Everybody grab your seats. Meta? No, okay.
Moses, come up here.
Good morning. Good morning. All righty. So today, I'm joined by a talented group of urban designers and urban planners and a real estate developer to talk about faith-based development, specifically as it relates to the real estate. So, before we jump into our panel, our colleague Maida has a beautiful presentation she's going to provide. So firstly, if you guys can please tell folks your name and a little bit about what you do.
All right. So welcome again, everybody. My name is Maida Brunzema. I'm an architect and urban designer, and I'm a board member of the Interfaith Affordable Housing Collaborative. So, and I will be making the follow-up presentation to Reverend Robinson's presentation earlier on about Mount Zion Baptist Church and the new development and church that they are planning. But first of all, before starting, I wanted to know how many people in the room have actually been part of a pre-development process before? A few hands, but there's also a lot of people that haven't. And that is really the reason why I put together a few slides to talk about the pre-development process as Rashida explained it earlier, that is part of this program of the Interfaith Affordable Housing Collaborative to provide loans to houses of faith like Mount Zion Baptist Church in Albany to be able to pay for professional services consultants such as attorneys, architects, and development consultants so that they can, have choices and so that they're empowered to make the correct choices rather than being taken advantage of, which happens a lot of times. So I was fortunate to have been selected as the project coordinator by Reverend Robinson and his team. And I put together a team of an attorney based in Albany, Chris Babcock, a development consultant called Alana Smith, and I will have a little bit more information in a few minutes about them. And so together, as Reverend Robinson mentioned earlier, we've actually literally worked almost a year, meeting every 2 weeks to plan for this development, which ended up becoming a little bit more complex, but definitely more interesting than I expected. And so, and as Reverend Robinson said before, what we're trying to achieve at the end of the day, which hopefully will be in a few weeks from now, will be the creation of a request for proposal that will go out to developers to become potentially a joint venture partner with Mount Zion Baptist Church. So let's go to the next slide, and I'll briefly introduce my stellar team there. Do you mind going to the next slide? Okay, so we have a development consultant. It's a women-led firm run by Alana Smith, and she specializes in development for nonprofit and faith-based and mission-driven projects, and she's been a wonderful partner to work with. And what she does is to figure out the housing financing that is required to put together a complex tax credit project. So all of that requires a lot of numbers, spreadsheets, and so forth, and she's the queen of the numbers. We also have a local attorney from Albany, from the firm of Cannon, Heyman, and Weiss, and the partner we are working with on the Mount Zion project is Chris Babcock. Again, it's very important to have a local attorney that really understands the politics, that understands the law, that understands sites, and that has local experience in trying to get real estate built. So Chris has been, again, a wonderful partner. And at the bottom there is me, Meta Brunsumar from The Collective. We are a planning, architecture, and policy firm. We're an all-women collective. We have 17 members, many of them planners of different kinds, and we do mission-driven projects only. So next slide, please. So what is, I don't know why it's not, oh no, there it is. As you may remember from Reverend Robinson's slides, we have a very interesting site on the south side of Albany, and it has a lot of trees, and it has a slope. So it's not a conventional site like a parking lot where you might be able to imagine a building. So it took quite a bit of time to figure out, one, how to rezone the site, and we got advice from the city, and how to deal with the slope, and so forth. So the work of the pre-development team is, and the goal of the pre-development team is not to come up with a solution, but rather find a series of solutions, the best solutions that the church can choose from. So our goal is to create options, not narrow it down. We're not trying to tell the church what to do, but rather give the church and the trustees options that they can work with. So, and we have a lot of meetings. We had meetings every 2 weeks on Zoom that deal with financing, legal, cost, how to permit this thing, and of course, the design. So, as you may have noticed, Reverend Robinson did not show you what we came up with. So now is a big reveal about what we actually came up with. Go ahead to the next slide. So you may remember the site plan. It's a very odd-shaped lot on the south side of Albany. And we have decided to build 84 units of affordable housing in 3 separate buildings. You can see the little cubes on the site plan, right? So those are little affordable housing buildings. And at the top right corner, you can see a plan for a new church that will be built in the second phase. So here is what it might look like if, by miracle we get this thing off the ground in a few years. We call the little buildings forest villas. So it's like living inside of a forest, looking at the trees. And there are 6 stories of affordable housing on top of a lobby, and all the site retains the trees surrounding it. At the corner, very strategically placed, would be the church, so the whole community can actually, and as you can see, the corner is really also the entrance, right? And the backyard of the church will also look into the green, will have massive windows, etc. So what's also a nice idea, and I think I credit Reverend Robinson, is that if you build housing next to your church, it is likely to attract a lot of the people that are living in the housing to come to your church. That's a really good idea, I think. So the new church will have 175 seats on several levels, and we'll have a look at what that looks like in the next slide. Wait. So as you can see, the site is a hill, and you can see the little villas, the little housing buildings, shown how they sit between the trees. At the bottom right, you can see the new church, which will have multiple levels and is really designed to be all about an immersive spiritual music and sound and word experience. So go to the next one and we'll look at it in greater detail. So this is a very preliminary design. We have to work on it more with Reverend Robinson and his team. But the idea would be to have a fellowship hall that is really open to the landscape, and then have a very immersive experience with skylights and all sorts of, how can I say, media experiences that can be integrated into the church. This is a Baptist church, so you can also see the baptistry in blue that is behind a wall that can open up, you know? So whenever you have a baptism for adults or not adults, that can be front and center of the church experience, of the new church experience. So next slide. We thought we were going to be very innovative with this project by proposing an option that a developer could choose. This is not a requirement, but it's an option to have it built with New York State mass timber instead of steel and concrete. Why do we want that? It's actually better for the environment, it's better for health, and it speeds up the building process. You know, we've heard this morning that it can take up to 10 years to build something, so any idea that will speed things up is, I think, a good one. So, when we came up with this, we thought that this was a very innovative thing. This would be the very first mass timber affordable housing project in upstate New York. This January, the New York State adopted the code that allows this to happen. So it would be pretty much the first of its kind. However, when we looked into history, okay, which I always do as part of a design process, we realized that this is actually not an innovative idea. Turns out, Albany was the center of mass timber starting in 1825, and it had the largest, go to the next slide, the largest lumber district in the country. So on the slide, you can see the Erie Canal and a little connection of the Erie Canal that actually linked the main Erie Canal to the city of Albany. And there's a little bit of a blow up and a map from the 1870s that show all these little lines that go across. That's actually water. So in other words, the city of Albany was connected to the Erie Canal, and on the Erie Canal were all these barges that brought timber from, you can see the forests of New York, right? That brought timber onto the barge into the city of Albany, and from there they moved it to the Hudson River right next to it from a barge to a boat. And the boat took the timber all the way down to every little town on the Hudson River, including New York City, and that's how many of these, 18th century, 19th century towns were built. So go to the next slide, and this is what it looked like. I was astonished. Like, this is the city of Albany, and the Erie Canal in the middle of the city of Albany with all of this timber, right? So it was incredibly profitable. Like, they had the biggest timber business in the country. They used eastern white pine, the same wood that we're planning for this development, and they had nearly 4,000 sawmills in the center of Albany. So that is sort of kind of fun. And so we learned that our innovative idea is actually not all that innovative. Go to the next slide. So just not to make this too long, because I could go on for hours, I just wanted to summarize what we hopefully will end up with, which are 3 residential villas, 84 affordable apartments, and most important, I think for me and I think for Reverend Robinson's team, is we will be able to serve between 180 and 220 residents, in the future, which really will serve to meet the mission of this project. So now I'll pass it on to
Moses,
and Mike, you'll go after.
and we'll have a panel discussion, and at the end, Mike's got a small presentation on small lots.
Do you want to do that first?
We should do that last.
Last, okay.
All righty.
I will be very quick. I am Moses Gates. I'm Vice President for Housing and Neighborhood Planning for Regional Plan Association, which is a nonprofit civic organization that works not just in New York City, but throughout the tri-state region, northern New Jersey, southwestern Connecticut, Hudson Valley, Long Island, New York City. We have been big proponents of the Faith-Based Affordable Housing Act and all kind of efforts to do creative production of affordable housing. I don't have a presentation, but I'm happy to answer questions and talk about kind of the planning and design aspect. One of the things I will say, just quickly, that I'm most excited about this conference and about the faith community getting involved in affordable housing is that if you are doing affordable housing or any housing as just, I am a business, I have a site, I'm trying to build something, you're a little bit constrained. You have land costs. The land costs dictate a little bit of what you can build. You are just operating in a little bit of a different environment, and your ability to be creative and to meet the needs of New Yorkers, through no fault of your own, is a little bit constrained because of that. In the faith community, where you have, long-standing institutions, nonprofit institutions with a mission focus that have a good amount of land and flexibility, and the only thing that's missing is really maybe some development expertise to work with, you're able to do things like work with the creative ideas that folks like Meta come up with, whether that's on the architecture side, the design side, whether that's on the financing side, whether that's ways to layer social services with the housing. You're just able to take a little bit different look. And I think that we are really excited that the faith community is starting to realize this and get involved in that discussion, because there's a huge role for everybody to play.
And if I can underline that, Moses, what unique role can faith-based organizations play in addressing the housing crisis that we have right now, that the private or the public is not necessarily addressing right now?
I mean, I think there's a few things. The main one is just land and sites. And this is something that I tell everyone that is kind of just a harsh reality, is we come from an era where, or the history of New York and the history of development in New York is, okay, we have a lot of vacant land. And we had a lot of vacant land for hundreds of years. We had a lot of vacant land up until really about the mid-20th century. You were still developing rows of two-family homes in southern Brooklyn or out in Queens or places like that, like well into the 20th century. We hit a crunch, a post-war crunch, and then we hit a fiscal crisis. And the fiscal crisis destroyed a lot of our housing stock, and you ended up with a lot of vacant buildings, a lot of vacant land. And that all started to get redeveloped. And by 2000, we have gotten back up to our peak population. And now we have to get very creative when we find sites. There is not huge swaths of vacant land. If there is, we have to create it through rail decks, which is very expensive. It's a very different paradigm. And so and as long as I have been in this kind of area, we've been struggling to find land as planners, as housing developers. We look at municipal-owned sites. We look at ways to kind of creatively make land, like through rail decking, but it's all very difficult. So when you look at a lot of the faith institutions, some of which have been here since before the start of the country, there is just a lot of land and a lot of things to work with. And one of the things I love is that land, through I would say almost every faith institution, the focus is on providing some kind of public good. Whether that's to generate money to restore a house of worship, whether that's to provide affordable housing, whatever that happens to be, we have that resource as a community in New York that a lot of places do not have. A lot of places do not have, these institutions that have been long-standing landholders in New York of various sorts. And so, that is what I would say. It doesn't, I'm going to have a little apostasy here as a housing professional. It does not necessarily have to be housing. Maybe the right community resource is something different. But the ability of folks to get together in places like this, to talk to each other, to try to figure out the best way to use the physical resources that are shrinking, that are growing smaller and smaller and smaller as New York gets built out more and more, is incredibly important.
Mike Lappin, how should faith-based organizations balance between mission and kind of the financial realities of the development process?
First of all, thank you for having this venue here. I'm delighted to be here, and I'm going to introduce myself. I was the former president of the Community Preservation Corporation from, maybe thinks I should stand up.
Okay.
Anyhow, you can see me. Between 1980 and 2011, and during that period, we built or financed about 93,000 affordable apartments in New York City, and another 50,000 plus in upstate New York and some of the New Jersey and Connecticut suburbs. So the question is, again?
How should faith-based organizations balance mission and kind of the financial realities of development?
Well, I think one of the things I'm here to talk about is a plan that we've put together with the Nehemiah churches, who many of you may be familiar with, IAF, Metro IAF. Over a period of probably 40 years, we helped them either as a lender or a developer, and we're currently do stuff as a co-developer on almost 4,000 homes. And this ranged from single-family homes, where we were basically a lender, to redeveloping multifamily homes, and currently we're developing new multifamily homes with them. So, if I may turn to my slides.
Yes. Rashida, which folder is this in?
Oh. Okay, so let me do this without slides to begin with.
Is it this? Is it this? Yes.
Yes.
Mike, is that it?
Oh. Yes, I'm going to sit down. And I just want to introduce, I'm here with my colleagues who are also colleagues of mine at the Community Preservation Corporation, Dick Conley and Debbie Whitaker, who might be able to answer any questions you may have subsequent to this. So New York City and New York State need more housing, without doubt, and especially more affordable housing. Estimates range in the hundreds of thousands of units, with the greatest unmet need in our low and moderate income households. Working with our long-term partner, East Brooklyn Churches and their affiliates in Queens and Bronx and Manhattan, we've proposed to the city. Oh, you can.
Yeah, speak into it.
Are you having trouble hearing me?
You're good.
Better.
Okay, I'm sorry. Working with our long-term partner, the East Brooklyn congregation and their affiliates, we've proposed a program to the city to build a large number of affordable housing on small lots that are residentially zoned. Churches can play an important role in this effort. I've heard that a number of churches had been advised that it's uneconomical to develop small lots. We're going to show you how it might become economical. So, next slide, please. Working with my colleagues and friends at the Furman Center at NYU, we identified some 35,000 vacant or mostly underbuilt residentially zoned lots in New York City. Not all of them can be built, but they present a real opportunity if you can create an infrastructure that can take advantage of these lots. So when you think about vacant lots, it could be the vacant the vacant lot on a row of brownstone homes, or it could be 2 or 3 lots within the same block. When you think of an underbuilt, think of a one-story pizza parlor with nothing built on top of it. So what we looked at is a basic lot of, say, 25 feet wide on the street and 70 to 100 feet with depth, we could build about 8 apartments. Now, if that, with the city of yes, there's more density that you can build on such lots. So what we're trying to do is develop the properties to develop these properties at scale requires a well-organized infrastructure that's accessible both to for-profit and nonprofit developers. So while at CPC, we decided to take that on as a challenge and just do that. And over a period from 2002 to 2012, we built 40-plus buildings, each with about 8 units apiece. And I would say this, we built them, the hard cost, the construction cost was between $130 and $180 a foot. We were able to build it between 2.5 and 3 years. That means from start to being fully occupied. And we used a variety of public subsidies, city subsidies, low-interest loans, tax abatements, and the low-income housing tax credit. We believe that we can create an infrastructure that can, with the city, that can scale that model up to take advantage of all the vacant and underbuilt lots. So let me go to the next slide. The first CPC prototype was built in 2002. And Maida and I drove by it the other day, and those trees basically are about twice as tall today. What we have here are two side-by-side buildings, 8 units apiece. There's, in each building, there's 4 one-bedrooms and 4 two-bedroom apartments. And if you look at it, you have extruded walkways up, which is, I think, just a very nice touch. And the way it's designed, if you can see the design, is it basically has air going from front to back, so it's a well-ventilated property. Now, we did other lots too. And the next slide, please. The next example is one where we basically filled in vacant, the missing teeth on a block. And so what you see in front of you are 3 buildings very similar to the first building, 3 buildings on this side, and in the back of it, there's 3 other scattered buildings. So what we look for is a minimum of 18 units. We found that that's the least. We want to make some scale to make it economically feasible. On the right, you see we had occasionally found lots where there were contiguous sites, and we built a number of properties this way. Next slide. And this is one we had where St. Loretto churches in East New York. We worked with the Diocese of Brooklyn and Queens and built 64 units. And if you look at it, they're all it's basically the same structure, design, but the facades varied depending on the context of the neighborhood. Now, the City of Yes has given us an opportunity to build more. And as an example, in the next slide, if we were to build 2 25-foot lots side by side under the old zoning, we could build 16 units. With the new zoning, we can build, City of Yes zoning, we can build about 20 to 25 units. And it goes up to about 7 floors. There's also a prototype. Magnus Magnuson here is one of the architects we've been working with. And there's also ways we can develop what's called R5 lot, a little bit dense. Probably you'll see small clusters, low-rise buildings in Queens is a good example of this. And the third thing we're looking at, which I think is potential for a great number of housing units, and we're now exploring the ability to build on top of ground level parking. And this way, a church can keep both its parking and build affordable housing on top of that. Maida and I are working closely together on that. We think we've identified a city lot in East New York that can be a demonstration of this. On top of a parking lot, we can probably build about 3 floors of affordable housing, somewhere between 60 and 70 apartments. So this is very exciting. this way, this is one of the best ways I think that we might be able to work with churches, or churches might be able to develop housing to meet the affordable housing crisis. Now, let me just go through a roadmap. I have worked, and my company has worked with numerous faith-based organizations over the years, most prominently East Brooklyn congregations, but also many other groups as well, and we're currently, as consultants, working with other church groups. So the first thing if a church is interested in building something on sites that they own, and we would encourage them to look at smaller sites too. A small 25 by 100-foot site on its own probably is not economic to develop, but if we find that there's other sites in the same block or nearby, it may make sense. But that's a judgment on a case-by-case basis. Typically, what we would look for are lots that are 25-foot wide or some multiple of that, and 70 to 100 feet deep. And again, you can look for missing teeth in a block, vacant land, and ground level parking lots. And at this point, you're going to need I know a few churches that could look at their land and tell you what the zoning is and what the dimensions are. And that's something you will probably need some kind of outside help for. But it's a relatively simple process, and it's something that a number of people you can reach out to can help you with that. The second thing, and this is the most difficult part of it all, is the dialogue within the church to decide what you want to do. And there are many things, because having land that's developable presents all sorts of options. Churches need money to fix their existing structure, to do social programs, some combination of that. There are all sorts of things. So the first thing, and this takes the longest, and sometimes it doesn't result in housing. For our purposes, the things that when a church decides to build housing, we then say, who should the housing be for? If it's for market rate housing, we say, that's fine. We probably won't have a role in that, but I'm sure you could sell this or lease it, as we'll discuss in a second, to a developer who can develop the property. And the advantage, now, if your church is in a very high income area, it may make sense just to sell the lots if what you need is money. If it's in a lower income area and you're more concerned, have a concern about gentrification or something akin to that, you might say, let's build affordable housing. So the advantage of building affordable housing versus just, and if you're not sure, you have to consider this. If you build affordable housing, two things may happen. One, you may get an increase in the amount of housing you can build on a particular site. And secondly, very important, you may be able to eliminate the real estate taxes on that site. So this is a very difficult decision. My experience is it takes probably many, many meetings stretching over a year or even more. But once a decision is made, and for our point of view, for the plan that we're suggesting to the city, we would limit this to lots that fit into our formal program, which is multiples of 25 feet, which is either single lots with a concentration of lots around that area or some kind of contiguous lots. Now, if it's affordable housing, and we're talking about affordable housing, think of a two-bedroom apartment as low as $1,700, $1,800 a month. If you use the LIHTC program, you have to be an average to be affordable to someone household earning 60% of the median income. And I want to note one thing. If you build affordable housing, the congregants of the church are not, it has to go by lottery, so there's no guarantee that any of the congregants can get that housing, but there's ways that you can help them apply and make sure their application is perfectly correct to help increase the odds of them obtaining housing. The third step is who owns this housing? I think most churches I've worked with do not want, these are legacy properties, they do not want to sell the land outright. So there's a legal structure, I'm not going to go into the complications of the legal structure. Essentially, you will something called the Housing Development Fund Corporation, which is a nonprofit. There'll be a vehicle to transfer building rights to that, and which will shield the church from liability, and at the same time create a ground lease, which is what I think is the most, I think almost all the deals we've done with churches have done this. And that ground lease can be such that all the money, that the value of that land, as judged by an appraisal, can be paid upfront through that lease, subject to the limitations of the program that it's used. You may not get all the money because the city's going to subsidize, and they say, no, we can't give you all this money up front because we're going to end up financing some of it. But that is the most common way churches have worked with. They've gotten money up front as much as they can, subject to the appraisal. And so they have, in turn, they give probably a 99-year lease, or anywhere between a 50-year or 99-year lease. And so that ownership, the basic ownership of the land, stays with the church. And by going through this nonprofit, it shields the church from any liability. Now, any of these ownership transfers are subject to the approval of the New York State Attorney General. They will look to see that it's a fair price that you're getting, whether it's via a lease or an outright sale. And they'll also ask what the use of the funds that the church will get will be used for. Now, how do you have to, if you're going to go this route, you have to choose a development partner. And these are four things I would look at, and I'll put the last one first. Some group, person you trust. This is a long-term relationship. It's not just building the building, but it's operating the building over time. So you want someone who you're comfortable with, who has a really good character. Beyond that, you want someone with a track record in building affordable housing with the tools that are available. And the LIHTC program, the low-income housing tax credit, is available throughout the state. You want someone who has built a team of professionals that can deliver this, and someone who has the financial resources that they can provide all the guarantees which will be required from your lending institutions. Finally, just a little bit about the financing of the project. That's basically going to be the job of your development partner. They will find a construction lender who is familiar with lending in the various public programs that build affordable housing. And so that's called a construction loan. It's a short-term loan. The same will go if it's a tax credit deal. They will find a tax credit investor. And then when the construction is finished, the short-term loan is replaced by a long-term loan. We've had great success. Starting in 1983, my corporation developed a relationship with the city pension funds, and later in, I think, 87, with the state pension funds to provide long-term, 30-year fixed-rate financing. It's a little more complicated than that. Which proved to be the easiest and least expensive way of financing such projects. Now, to do this, I'll just say this. I'm just going to put one caveat on this. To provide this financing, everyone has to be comfortable. When I say everyone, investors, the money people have to be comfortable that there's a reasonable way that increased cost of operating in additional public mandates are reasonably met for the long term, so that the economic viability of this housing stays intact. And because essentially, in the case of the pension funds, they're investing in their public employees' pensions. Now, what is the dedicated, to build this housing, we need a dedicated city infrastructure. I'm going to go through this quickly. First of all, we are going to present to the city, and we've presented some ideas already to the city about getting pre-approval of the design. So if you find, well, if you have small lots, we don't think it's too difficult for everyone to go with a different design and go through a very laborious process through the city housing department, and probably more, well, I'm not going to say more difficult, but equally difficult going through the state. We would want these designs for the particular sites, particular size sites, to be pre-approved. Secondly, so there's no misunderstanding as to what it is, we want the building department to have a specialized team so we don't get different interpretations of what it is to build these things. Third, we want to have this process, a lot of the processing delegated to the construction lenders. You want to find a construction, and there are many of them, who are very familiar with these public programs. Fourth, when the project is completed, there's a lot of people who have to sign off that everything was done properly. It's not only the building department, the fire department, the environmental protection department, and all the private utilities. And it's really a little bit like herding cats to get them all to do it in a timely fashion. And as soon as they do that, you'll get something called a temporary certificate of occupancy. When that occurs, you can then rent up, or we're just talking about rentals now, or if it could be a sales project, or sell the projects. That has proven to be a difficult process in the city. I know that the mayor and his staff are working to improve that, because if you don't have it, you're going to be sitting with an empty building that's going to pay a lot of interest on your loan, a lot of insurance costs, protection for the building, security for the building. And the last thing you want to do, once it is rented up and it meets all the requirements, then the city or state pension fund will provide what is typically a 30-year fixed rate mortgage, which means fixed rate means it really shields you from variations, and it produces over time a very stable housing. So just to wrap this up, this is a potentially large-scale program. It should be quick to build. We believe we've built it in 2.5 to 3 years. Current affordable housing projects are probably 5 to 6 years now. But one of the things we do, this infrastructure is terribly important in reducing that. We think and if you do it quickly, if you can get it done in 2.5 to 3 years, your costs go down dramatically. It is contextual. We try to be contextual to the community, meaning it doesn't really stick out. It's sort of, the city of Yes gives you a little more height in some neighborhoods, but it's pretty much the same as what's already there in the community. It takes advantage of existing physical and social infrastructure, physical meaning the water and sewer and electrical grids, social, schools, shopping, and so on. And one really interesting thing about this, if you're in a gentrifying community, if you put these in this way, this can moderate the effects of gentrification. You can get more of a mixed income community. And finally, this is a program that should scan different mayoral administrations and be an ongoing thing to develop these small lots. So the point is, so the church can be not only a player in developing this, but part of developing the concept of building this on a much broader arena. So thank you.
Wonderful. Maida, there's been a big push on programs like the City of Yes. Can you talk a little bit about, some of these zoning and land use reforms are having a good impact on allowing us to increase housing production?
Right. So I'll try to speak at two levels for our very mixed audience. So in New York City, we've recently had the City of Yes, which actually allowed mid to high density areas to actually get a 20% affordable housing bonus, right, with the requirement that the housing be permanently affordable. The City of Yes also provided a number of new designations for in-transit zones to actually increase the density. And there are many different provisions all across the city to essentially allow for more housing in all areas. So, and that sort of idea is being continued by the current Mamdani administration. And I spoke to and heard a presentation of Deputy Mayor Leila Bozorg on Monday night, and she spoke about the idea of densifying the transit-oriented areas in New York City, allowing for more density near subways or trains, right, which makes a lot of sense. In other words, people can get to their homes and to work without having to use a car, and that reduces the traffic in the city. So to speak more statewide, I can only speak to the project I've been working with Reverend Robinson. So for example, the state of New York adopted the Mass Timber Code in this January, allowing for up to, I believe, 180 feet of mass timber across New York State. New York City has a separate and much more restrictive mass timber code, where we currently are allowed to build 7 stories, but hopefully next year, by the time the code changes, we will be able to build at least 12 stories of mass timber. So as was mentioned in the first panel, and it seems to make a lot of sense, people that want to build housing really have to be in constant dialogue with legislative teams, elected officials, because, and I think in this afternoon's panel, led by Mark Greenberg, we're going to hear much more about facilitating affordable housing and the kind of political work that faith organizations and their allies and their consultants need to continuously, put pressure on elected officials to actually make it possible to develop. And certainly, when I have a great advocate and visionary next to me, Mike Lappin, who just, explained his vision. And again, that is something that I'm also hoping to be part of in the future. And I know that Mike has really has had the ear of the city. He's spoken to multiple commissioners and so forth. So, so as you can see, this is a work in progress.
Right. And, to underline that, I know Mark and a bunch of folks were making a big push on the faith-based affordable housing bill we were trying to get through. We didn't quite pull it together. I was thinking next year, Mark, we should have like a sign-up sheet for like everybody here. But we didn't get the faith-based affordable housing bill through. But here in New York City, we did get the ELIRP, yes. And the BSA. If you could speak very briefly about the new ELIRP program where you can do a rezoning faster.
So it used to take
2 years.
2 years in a process called ULIRP. So it's a very complex process where community boards and borough presidents and elected officials had advisory power over any kind of project that is not an as-of-right zoning. So in other words, where there is a request for an upzoning or a change of regulations, that's when you have this very long process. Also, when you have a disposition of a city-owned property to a private developer, this had to go through ULIRP. So in the final days of the Adams administration, this idea of the ELIRP, which is an expedited process, was proposed, and it was actually approved by the voters. So now there's a much faster way of building, housing and other projects in the city. So, progress is being made in something that has been very complex due to the many agencies that have jurisdiction over these kinds of processes.
So I have one more question for Moses, and then I want to open up the floor for questions. You mentioned this briefly, Moses, but can you talk about, beyond the housing units, what other community amenities can faith-based organizations, through their land, how can they create value for that community?
Yeah, absolutely. And so there have been a few moments in New York City's history where things have shifted dramatically in terms of what you can build. One was 1961 with our new zoning code. One was 1987 with the Quality Housing Act. And one is today, really, with the City of Yes reforms and the charter revision reforms. And as folks have said, the picture is still kind of a little fuzzy, and we're all trying to bring it into focus. We're trying to work on the details, figure out exactly the right changes so that we can have this scalable solution to build housing. But like Gerard says, housing is not the only thing that we need here. And one of the wonderful things about New York is that we can layer a lot of different needs onto one building. This is a place other places can't do. If you go to Dallas, you're probably just building a house, maybe a little apartment building. If you go to New York, you can layer all of this. You can have, and we have folks in the audience who are experts at this. You can layer social service needs with housing, with job training, with commercial, with a whole lot of things. So I would say, and a lot of the recent changes also enable easier and more flexible commercial development, whether that's retail, whether that's community facility use. You are just able to do more things in more places. And I think that is one of the big keys. In terms of community needs, you all know the community needs better than I do. And they're not, it's not anything that hasn't been needs for a very long time. It's housing, it's jobs, it's education, it's social services. It's the things that make a community go. And so one of the things that I think we're very good at putting that new housing part into focus, and I think we're pretty far along. We're not quite there yet, but the City Council has a task force that's looking on this. The city is looking very closely. Nonprofits and civic organizations are looking very closely. But we're a little bit further behind in how you can layer the job social services part onto that and make a kind of more comprehensive community. And I think that's the really interesting part. And I would encourage, folks out there, if you have a 25 by 100 foot lot that you can develop, it's something I'm extremely interested in. I want to talk with Mike later about, one of those buildings that you can do with R5D zoning. That's one thing. If you have a little bit more room and you can do a little bit bigger building, you can think more creatively.
Wonderful. I would love to open the floor. Questions? Mark put his hand up first.
Yeah, thank you all. I just want to say that, is it on? Is it on? Yeah. I've been so excited learning from Meta about her mass timber idea, and from Mike learning about his use of small sites, R7, R6, and R7. And I'm really glad that Moses is here, because I think Moses is learning more about what Mike is proposing than he had known before and wants to explore it, which is great. We're really in a moment of incredible potential. And I just wanted to, Meta told me about her mass timber idea a few years ago, and I told her that the Mayor Adams was feeding everybody, people on Wednesdays, and I said, you want to talk to the mayor? And so we went over to the mayor, and I said, my friend is an architect, she's got this plan. And he got so excited, he sent us to somebody. We then had a Zoom with the mayor and his two top housing people. And again, the idea that Meta was sharing, and I wanted to talk a little bit more about it, but the whole point of mass timber is you're using wood, which is so much lighter, to build structures. At this point, you say up to 7 stories, and you can build over existing structures. And so, Meta, maybe you can talk us a little bit more about what the possibilities are with regard to city-owned low-rise structures that can potentially turn into affordable housing, and at a very low cost, and also at a very low cost to the environment, because we know building with wood is a carbon sink. Where building with cement is a carbon, it creates more carbon in the environment. So that's something I'd love to hear more from Meta. And also, after that, Mike, I just want to hear more. I want to know how many of these R6 and R7 sites other around the city that up to now have really been seen as unusable for housing, and with your accelerated plan might turn into housing. So I'd love to hear more from both of you guys.
Yeah, so thank you, Mark, for mentioning the mass timber. I'm part of I lead a research group that focuses on this, and we've gotten state grants to source timber from upstate New York, as I mentioned in the earlier presentation. And there are many advantages to mass timber: the health, the speed, the prefabrication, the potential cost savings, etc. It's also incredibly biophilic and really healthy for the environment. But one of the advantages that a lot of people are very interested in is that it is lighter, 40% lighter than steel and concrete, which makes it possible to add a floor, 2 floors, 3 floors on top of a building without crushing the foundations underneath. So if you use steel and concrete, you may not be able to, and with the mass timber, you can. So we've proposed to the city to look at their libraries. Let's say there's 71-story libraries, the firehouses, the office buildings, all of those buildings that they still need. And take this lighter construction system that is also faster and potentially cheaper if deployed to build affordable housing. The deputy mayor said there's only 3% of the 19,000 sites that the city owns that are just open, ready for building. So they need to figure out how to build on top of things. So that is another opportunity for houses of faith, because many of them, as Mike mentioned in his presentation, have parking lots, and they need their parking lots because the congregants come to church, right? So they can't just say, okay, we're getting rid of the parking lot and build housing. So this is basically a solution that allows the parking to remain, and boom, you have affordable housing on top, right? So lots of opportunities, and Mike and I are working on one of those, and it has been presented to the city. So we'll see. Cross your fingers, we're working on it. These are ideas that are what we call developing.
And I think he also had a question for Mike. What was that question again, Mark?
I think it's a difficult question. I think when we look at the city of Yes, depends on the size of the width of the site. And I think what Maida is talking about, there's all sorts of, I said underbuilt sites. Most of the sites of this small category are, in fact, underbuilt. It's the one-story, whether it's a library or whatever. It's the parking, surface parking lots. And if you go in the outer boroughs, you'll see there's a fair amount of land. There's a lot of land on NYCHA sites that this could be built on. In fact, we developed a plan to build 15,000 units of senior housing on NYCHA sites back in with the East Brooklyn congregations back in, I think it was 2018 or 19. Some of it got built. I think it's all over the place. And you have to be creative with it, because sometimes there are buildings that you can take down and, unused school buildings or something like that. It's all over the place. The key to it, as I see it, or part of it, is creating a real infrastructure that you can do this speedily through the bureaucracy and really dedicate and have this as almost a permanent way of building housing as sites appear. Sites appear because buildings, they change zoning, whatever. So there's a lot of them. It's hard to say how many. We've identified a number of thousands and thousands. Well, we identified, I'll just say that we identified, it's called R5 and R6, 35, using the city data, 35,000 lots you could build on. So you're not going to do it in Midtown Manhattan, where I don't know how many of those lots were there, but most of them are in the outer boroughs, the non-Manhattan boroughs, and I think the potential is great. And the city of Yes potentially increases that substantially.
Awesome. Please give my panelists a round of applause. Any other questions before we take off for lunch? Oh, one question. Rashida. Oh, no, is that Rashida? That's your sister. That's hilarious. It's actually Rashida's sister.
I just had a general question. Very interesting panel, but I have a little bit of background in planning, and I'm wondering about the building over parking lots. We know that a lot of congregations, particularly African American congregations, actually have restrictive covenants, and that actually restricts their ability to build. So just if anyone could speak to how that could maybe be, through the zoning code addressed, so that it can make it more amenable for these congregations that might have, underutilized parking lots to build, but because of these restrictive covenants, they can't. And then another question in terms of topology. I notice this is an urban topology. I am from the exurbs, and so proposing that, this sort of infill in suburban communities, it does kind of meet up against resistance. So how could form-based code maybe be used in communities that have that to address making this type of housing possible?
Okay. I can respond to the first question. As I mentioned, we were trying to pass a affordable housing faith-based bill last year that church deals can go faster to do a rezoning, because yes, the average church can't wait 2-3 years for a rezoning to go through. But in New York City, the new ELIRP and the BSA program does expedite to become what's supposed to be now a 6 to 9 month process versus a 2 to 3 year process. Saves time and money, and that should create more deals to get through the doors to get built. Maida, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I'd like to address the restrictive covenant. This is something that you need to address with a professional attorney, because each of them would be different. It would be different from congregation and from site to site. Now, if you wanted to, let's say if there's a parking lot that has the restrictive covenant and you build housing on top and keep the parking, this would be, in my opinion, a modification of the covenant. So I don't see this as necessarily as a barrier, but I would want an attorney to actually verify that. So you really need to, And when it comes to form-based zoning, a lot of communities have it, and some communities don't. I think it's really a case-by-case situation. Usually any, sensitive professional would try to understand the local community, try to understand the context, try to understand the history, try to speak to the community, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So again, I don't think you can make a generalized statement, because every site has its own unique challenges. And in my mind, a good professional team and a good client professional team really works together to balance all of this out and try to get sort of a win-win-win-win scenario that comes out of it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Maida. One more question in the front, or comment. This is actually Rashida this time.
Thank you so much. So I guess piggybacking on the restrictive covenants that many churches, particularly African-American churches, have on their land, we're finding when we speak to a lot of churches that want to develop, they're actually in and on parcels that are very restrictive, like in terms of the zoning. So MX1, things like that are exceedingly difficult to redevelop or rezone. And sometimes there's no rhyme or reason reason to that. Like the last time there was manufacturing on the site was in the 1970s. So I guess this is kind of a question. It's not as technical, but it's more on the social angle of what can be done to address this, because the churches that are in the communities of the highest need have the zoning that is least amenable to development, yet the churches are the ones who are most likely to develop.
So the first thing I would say is you don't have to be governed by the current zoning, especially outside of New York City, I would say. Or you don't have to think in those terms. So when you work throughout the region, you quickly learn that every different part of the region is a little bit different land use and a little bit different process. And zoning ranges from a loose suggestion, up to as of right, as it is many places in New York City. You almost always are thinking in terms of you have to get local political approval. Even if you already have the zoning in almost every suburb, you still have to get local political approval in practicality if you want to do something. In New York City, a little bit different, but you still are looking for local political approval as a community institution, right? Like even, a private developer might say, I found a loophole. I'm just going to build a giant building. Too bad, local council person. Faith institutions don't think like that, right? Like that's not really good for your long-term community relationship. So building those ties with local elected officials, is extremely important, and I think something faith institutions are extremely good at. And when you have those ties, you can go to your local elected official and say, 4 stories is what we have. It doesn't really work. Can we think a little bit bigger? And the process of doing that is easier now because of ELERP. But even if it's not, it can take time, but it has a little bit more certainty. So I would really encourage folks to think of what you need, what works financially, what works on a design level, and go through the process from there rather than starting with the zoning.
Fantastic. Once again,
one thing that we try to emphasize, having gone through various rezonings, is to try to avoid it at all possible costs.
Ditto.
It's simply too long, too difficult.
Inexpensive.
Affordable, it's probably, I'm not going to say anything, but what the emphasis of what we're trying to do is to look at stuff that is already residentially zoned so those issues don't arise. Because otherwise, you'll multiply the years that it will take to build the housing.
Agreed. Thank you so much, everybody. Give a round of applause, please, again.
Well done, Mike.
Rashida? Lunch at the table at the rear of the room. There are lunch meals and waters. Please treat yourself.
All right. All right, thank you. That was well done.
So we're doing an exercise where today we're trying to figure out the build out of your ELERP of low-rise parcels, like, if you can do everything RFID. And then we're trying to figure out exactly what you put up there, which is what is a scalable prototype for RFID? And then what other design or zoning interventions do you need to do it?
Please, if you guys could give us 1 second, we're going to bless the food.
I don't know him well, but I was not going to talk to him.
No. Here you go.
They're the architect that did some of the building for the
I would love to be connected. We're, we have a grant we're trying to.
Sure, let us bow for a word of prayer. God, we ask you to bless the food and the fellowship, and we all say amen.
Amen.
Okay. Okay.
a nice picture for you.
Hello? Oh, this works.
Is that it? Okay, good. Thanks. While you're enjoying your lunch, we want to invite you to do something else. Rachel Fee is here. She'll be part of a panel that will be moderating later. But she has a request for you to get some information from you about your interests and concerns about housing policy. So here's Rachel Fee.
Hi, everybody. I'm with New York Housing Conference. We're a statewide affordable housing policy and advocacy organization. And I am here to let you know that we are in our final year of funding of New York's statewide affordable housing plan. So we have a table over here and a little giveaway with a hat. We want your input on recommendations for what are your priorities for New York's next statewide affordable housing plan. So we have a survey for you to fill out, or you could just jot down on a sticky note what you want to see the state investing in, what kind of housing you want to see built, and what matters to your communities. So appreciate if you could do that during the lunch break, and hope to see you in one of these hats. And if you squint, it looks like you're wearing a Knicks cap, which is really awesome. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. Okay.
Check 1, 2, testing. This is only a test.
Here goes. So, yes, I'm not sure what happened, but
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. That was a wonderful lunch break. And I want to say thank you to Riverside Catering for providing such great lunches, nourishment for us during this summit. And Nick with Riverside Catering does amazing work. Before we get started with our next panel, I want to take a moment to thank some of our very gracious donors and sponsors who helped make this event possible. Some have returned to sponsor us since last year, and some are new to us this year. And as we grow and we grow this summit, we hope that they'll keep coming back year after year, because we know that they help and provide resources to faith leaders. And that's one of the purposes of this event, is to make sure that faith leaders can be in the same location as many of these organizations. One of the things I used to do in Kingston, New York, where I used to do housing organizing, is do housing resource fairs. And so I would bring together all of the housing agencies, all of the housing adjacent organizations, together with tenants and those who need housing. And that formula worked out well, allowing people to speak directly to those who provide the resources. So we'd like to thank Concern Housing, which is the executive director is Ralph Fasano, who will be one of our next panelists. And you get to hear some of their extraordinary projects that they're doing on Long Island. And they are a second-year sponsor. And we would love to thank the Leviticus Fund, who also is a second-year sponsor. They work with nonprofits and help develop homes. They do pre-development, built-purpose shelters, and space for vital community services. And they provide hard-to-obtain financing that gets the projects off of the ground. We thank the Leviticus Fund. Last year, Sonam DC was actually one of our panelists, and this year they're sending their support. They will be at the Supportive Housing Summit, which is happening tomorrow, and we wish them all of the best. They'll be at the Marquis Marriott, and we thank the Leviticus Fund. We also thank Valley Bank, who is represented here today by Victor Brown. They also are a returning sponsor and do amazing work in the community, and we hope to be working together more in the future. We thank Goldstein Hall, an enduring partner with us, who also is part of our professional development bullpen, and they do amazing work at Goldstein Hall, and they are a pillar of the community, legal community, and a gold standard in the legal community. And we would like to thank Cannon, Heyman, and Weiss, who also are an affordable housing law firm that represent organizations throughout New York State. And their work they do includes historic tax credits, new market tax credits, and low-income housing tax credits. You're going to hear a lot about low-income housing tax credits, or LIHTC, in the upcoming panel. And this is a question we actually get a lot of, so keep those ears open. We would love to thank M. Lappin and Associates. On our last panel, we heard from Mike Lappin, who is just a wealth of knowledge, the former executive director of the Community Preservation Foundation. And today, actually, is his son, Alex Lappin's 33rd birthday. So happy birthday, Alex Lappin. We would like to thank CalX, which is a woman-owned business and certified housing development advisory firm that brings together community-rooted projects to life. We thank Alyssa at CalX for her support and her donorship. And we thank Atharticon Planning and Consulting. This is a first-year sponsor with us, and if you see their table in the back, they do all types of planning and consulting, community charrettes and input and visioning, a wonderful firm to check out. We also want to thank Magnuson Architecture and Planning, and they have a table, and raise your hands, right over to the side, over there with the black tablecloth. And please feel free to go over to our vendors, take their swag, and head home with you, and also ask them those questions. So thank you so much, Magnuson, for your sponsorship, and we hope that you'll return next year as a sponsor as well. And Lastly, but not least, we thank our enduring partner, the New York State Homes and Community Renewal, which was a panelist here last year and do many great things in the community, including affordable housing financing and development, the provision of those funds, and they just really like to work with communities. So we thank the New York State Homes and Community Renewal for their support. And a special thank you to the Robert DeFalco Real Estate Agency, who their representative could not be here today because she is organizing Staten Island's Juneteenth Festival. But we thank Dana very much for her support and the support of Robert DeFalco Realty. So with that, I say thank you for that brief message break brought to you by our wonderful sponsors, and we will begin our next panel. So I would like to bring to the stage the Executive Director of Concern Housing, Ralph Fasano, and the founder of Terra Linda Housing Services, Tim Houghton, who is also on our board of conveners. Awesome. And we will just be queuing up a presentation. Oh, you just hit close right here. There you go. Ted is going to sing for us during this intermission. Is that working?
Hey, everyone.
No. Oh, there you go.
There you go. Okay. Hi, I'm Ted Houghton. I guess I'm the founder of Terra Linda Housing Services, which just is the name of my LLC. I am an affordable housing development consultant, 35 years experience in nonprofits and government. Now I try to help people understand these systems and the funding streams that are out there that will allow you to achieve your goals, both in affordable housing development and also community development, which very much includes the development of faith-based churches, synagogues, and other houses of worship, and programs that serve the community. There's a really rich opportunity here, combining affordable housing and community facilities and community services. And, you know, supportive housing, which I've been a part of for many years, really grew out of some initial partnerships with the Catholic Church, the Presbyterians, and other faith-based groups that saw it as their mission to serve people with mental health issues and other challenges, and to help integrate them into the community. And that really, those initial projects really are what made people understand that it was possible for people with serious disabilities, severe disabilities, to live in the community with us and to succeed and prosper in that community. And, you know, supportive housing, which now has something close to 50,000 units in New York City, serving New Yorkers with mental illness, living with HIV/AIDS, with substance abuse issues, with survivors of domestic violence, you name it. That would not have happened without the partnership with the faith-based community. It's really important, and we continue to see those kinds of partnerships moving forward. I'm really, lucky to be here with Ralph Fasano, the Executive Director of Concern Housing. Ralph is perhaps the best champion for these kinds of partnerships, where supportive housing to serve formerly homeless people and working with faith-based groups to help them achieve the things they want to do. I haven't seen a better partner than Ralph in terms of understanding what his development partners are trying to do and what their goals are, and sharing in those goals to achieve something really special. And with that, I think I'd like to turn it over to Ralph, and we can talk a little bit about some of your projects.
Thank you, Ted. I can only go downhill from here after that. No, thank you. So I'm Ralph Fasano. I'm the Executive Director of Concern Housing, and I'm really happy to be back here for the Phase 2. I was here last year. How many of you were here last year? Okay. How many of you remember my jokes? I'm trying to figure out if I need to use new ones. Anyway, Concern's been around since 1972. We were founded in Central Islip State Hospital by parents and friends of the people who were hospitalized there. And when the deinstitutionalization movement came along, we were one of the first supportive housing programs on Long Island and throughout New York State. And initially, we developed smaller houses, but eventually started developing different larger projects and moved into New York City around 2008. About half of our portfolio is now in New York City. Today I'm going to go over a couple of our projects, and since this is a financing workshop, I'm going to focus on the finances and how we have put things together. So we opened the St. James Terrace a couple of years ago. Rob Byer, who is in the audience, is a development partner. He and someone else brought this project to us. There was an RFP. The St. James Church requested proposals, and we decided to go after it. We hired Datner Architects to come up with a plan for it, and we presented before the church and their board and some of their congregation, and we described what we had planned. We wanted to do a combination of supportive housing and affordable housing, which is all we do. We don't really do anything that doesn't contain supportive housing. And so they wanted to know what supportive housing was. And I described it, that, it's really basically for people who don't have a place to live, maybe homeless, have a disability, need supportive services. And the architect for the project, their architect, basically said, doesn't sound like what we want. That's a lot lower on the economic spectrum than we were thinking about. And so I turned to Father Matt and I said, how does that coincide with Christianity? And he said, good question. And he said, but I answer to a board and a congregation. I'm not sure how they would respond. And I said, will you give me a chance to talk to them? And he invited me to a Sunday Mass, and I went to the Sunday Mass, and afterwards, I gave a presentation. It was really good because the reading from the gospel had to do with helping the people who needed it most. So it was I didn't know that it was going to be the reading, but it was a good lead-in. And then we invited them to one of our places, and they liked it, and they eventually chose us. And I know Father Matt certainly did, understood the compatibility of missions and how that was really important. I'm not going to stand here and say that's the thing that really made it. I think we made them a really good offer, and we gave them really good terms, and we convinced them that we could do it, and we could do it probably quicker than most other people can. But here I'm not talking about finances, I said. Okay. So this is the church, and so what we did. Part of the plan was to knock down, the St. James Church is a lovely 1860s church, but in the 1960s they built a building next to it, which was really pretty awful. So we knocked that down, and we built the church some community spaces, a kitchen, various different office spaces that they currently use. And I'm not sure if you can see this, but these are the various different components to it. So there's when you develop a project, there's two different sources. There's the sources during construction, and then there's the permanent sources. During construction, you get a construction loan that once the building is done and you convert to a permanent loan, it changes. So, but I'll focus mostly on more of the permanent sources. So this has, a lot of the typical components in an affordable housing program. It's got the low-income housing tax credits. We secured a New York State HHAP grant for this project. And it's part of it, we contributed some of our own developer fee towards it. And I think it's really important to be able to combine these sources in a way that they're compatible and they make sense and that you can do it in a timely fashion. This was relatively easy compared to some of the other projects that we've had with 13 different funding sources, and it's really, really hard to pull that together. Somebody once described it as when you get to the key to real estate and affordable housing is getting to that closing. It's the financial closing when you can begin construction. And somebody once described getting 13 different funding sources is like getting every train to come into Penn Station at the same time. It's not that easy. So we're working on a project in Southampton. So anyway, we worked out the relationship with that church. In Southampton, we also were working with a church out there, the First Southampton Gospel Church. And we started this, the town invited us out there in 2018. We're in an active lawsuit here. My lawyers tell me I'm not supposed to talk about it, but life is short. So we are, God, is everybody awake? Okay, all right. So long process of working with the community, we pulled together the funding. We got a 9% tax credit award. We got an OMH Capital, New York State OMH Capital Award. We got a Federal Home Loan Bank Award. We had enough money to develop the project. They kept delaying the approvals and delaying the approvals. And eventually the town board turned over. We got enormous opposition here. I mean, this was big. This was front page news in the Southampton press. Every time there was a meeting, sometimes even when there weren't meetings, people were writing horrible things about me and the agency and the letters to the editor. Everybody reads that stuff. And eventually the town board voted no on our zoning. It's the first time it ever happened to us. First time we ever worked that hard, got to that point, and got that. And during the process, we had an indication that they were leaning in that direction, and there was a lot of discussion about the nature of the people that we would house. They knocked us down from 60 units to 50 units, and the 50 units would have 25 homeless veterans and 25 affordable apartments. They got language from the state about the nature of mental illness and disabilities and severe and persistent mental illness. And in one of the town board meetings, the council person read it and basically said, these aren't just regular veterans. Do we want these people in our community? And I nudged my attorney who was sitting next to me and said, we've got them. That you cannot say that. Really, and so we knew we had a case, but we didn't go right to a lawsuit. We educated them. We sent them letters basically saying, guys, you can't do this. You really, this is, it's like, I think people understand discrimination based on race today, but they don't understand it based on disability. And it's the same thing under the Federal Fair Housing Act. So we, keep diverting from the financing. The financing boring, But anyway, this was the finances. So we had raised $33 million to be able to do this. We had all the funding secured. Same combination of tax credits, OMH Capital. Eventually, we would need an HHAP grant for this. So anyway, it's been in the courts now for several years. The case was originally assigned to a Trump-appointed judge out of Brooklyn, and that judge didn't do anything with the case. It was reassigned to a judge in Central Islip who was an Obama appointee who was head of the ACLU for Chicago. before becoming a judge. So I think you could probably imagine that was a good turn of events. And in the first hearing, the lawyer for the town basically said, this shouldn't be in federal court. This is a zoning issue. This should be in state court. And they made a motion to dismiss the case. And the judge turned to him and said, this is not just a zoning issue. This is a federal fair housing issue. A representative from your town spoke publicly in a meeting about mental illness and not wanting people, and so I assure you it's much more than a zoning issue. And she ruled in our favor. We're now in settlement discussions with the town, and we hope to develop this. The town has expressed a willingness to work with us and avoid what they anticipate would be a bad outcome to the lawsuit. Part of that would be we've lost some of the funding. Costs have gone up. And the town of Southampton has a fund for affordable housing. And we're working on having them donate from that fund to make up the gap in funding here. I know I showed some of this last year. We're talking to the Sisters of St. Dominic in Blauvelt about working with them. This is Sisters of St. Dominic in Amityville, also in discussions. But I'm going to end with Sisters of St. Joseph in Brentwood. So this is a project where I think a lot of people today have said churches have assets, and this is certainly one of the cases. The sisters here have beautiful 100-year-old buildings, some of them in need of repair, but they really have good structure. And they're on 225 acres of land. And real estate people have been coming to them for many years. And the sisters don't want to start developing this land. They want to preserve the buildings. Sister Tisa called me and asked me if we would do supportive housing there. I think that's just about a first in my experience. And there's been just a real compatibility between the sisters and Concern, and we've gotten to know they're really smart, they know real estate, and they're really compassionate. They want this property to be used for good things. The sisters will remain on the site with us, and the difference between this funding and the other funding I described is that this will have a large component of historic tax credits. So in addition to the low-income housing tax credits, we will also be using historic tax credits, which will contribute about $30 million to the project and enable us to restore these buildings. It's really fun having a building. Usually at this stage, we haven't broken ground yet. Well, we don't really need to break ground. We need to renovate. But it's really nice to have pictures of the actual building. And there will be a lot of work done here. We're very much north of $100 million for 186 units, with a large piece of that being the historic credits. But we're getting we're getting funding from everywhere. I'll just point out that community board meetings and town board meetings go a lot better when you bring 40 nuns with you, and you can point to it. It's a charm. And, so these are the various different funding sources for this. As you can see, there's a lot of them, and it takes a lot of coordination. We hope to break ground on this by the end of the year, and should complete construction within 2 years. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ralph and Ted. You both are amazing.
Here you go.
tech gremlins will not get us today. We are going to fight back against that. Thank you so much, Ralph. That was an amazing presentation. And when we had you on our panel last year, we really could put you like the whole anywhere on any of the panels because of the experience you and Ted have. We specifically wanted to have your expertise on this panel because this is an area where we get a lot of questions around faith-based affordable financing. So is there anything or any particular challenge that you have experienced in working with faith-based organizations in getting these types of projects financed? And this is to the panel, so either Ted or Ralph, if you want to answer.
Well, I think, Ralph talked a little bit about the sources of financing and show, you have to bring 10 different sources of financing, putting them all together and get them all to agree and everything. It's a real challenge. But I think also it's important to talk about what happens, what do you spend that money on? And the partnership, Concern Housing's mission is to build supportive housing and to integrate that with affordable housing, and it's very clear what the motivation is there. But for the faith-based partners, that may be mission aligned, but it's not necessarily the goal of the faith-based organization. A lot of times the goal is we need to stabilize our sanctuary. We need to fix the roof. We need to, bring in an endowment that will ensure that we continue to be able to operate. And so that is part of the motivation to participate in a development deal. A lot of faith-based groups think in terms of, we have this property, this parking lot or something like that we're not using, that has value and we can sell, and that will provide an endowment or it will help fund repairs to our sanctuary, that sort of thing. And so you naturally focus on getting top dollar, and we need to get a market rate developer to build luxury housing here. But a lot of times, depending on the site and the area, and a lot of other factors, that might not be the best solution. And in fact, in a lot of areas, an affordable housing deal will be as lucrative as a market rate deal, but actually more dependable and also much more mission aligned. And so I would like to hear from Ralph just a little bit about, what happens to that money? All those funding sources, $33 million, how much of that gets spent on construction, on soft costs? How much does the nonprofit get, the partner get, the faith-based organization? How does that work?
Sure. So the bulk of that goes towards construction, but these projects are often very expensive compared to an independent project, because there are lots of fees. There's lots of fees for lawyers and accountants and everything that add to the cost. But in terms of, I think related to the question, some of the things are easier when we partner with a faith-based organization. One of the most difficult things in developing is maintaining control of a site, either by purchasing it or having an option agreement. And it's very atypical for somebody to want to wait a year or two to close on a site. But with the Sisters of St. Joseph, they own the site, they're patient, they want to close quickly, but there's no threat of losing the site. The thing that we offered them was, we will pay 100% of the pre-development costs, and we won't ask you for anything. So for this particular project, we're about $2 million in now, with architect fees and other fees, and we haven't asked the sisters for it, but we're very willing to share the developer's fee with them as well, because they really, they're bringing the most important thing to us, and there's other people that can do what we do. We can't do it without them, and we very much appreciate that.
Thank you so much. And so earlier, when we had the faith leader panel, we spoke about this desire for churches, synagogues, mosques, faith communities to want to hit the ground running. So when should they start, these institutions start thinking about financing? Is it ever too early? And what would you recommend for faith leaders that are just at the start of the process?
As soon as you wake up in the morning, think about financing.
Okay, Ted?
I mean, once again, it's important to understand what your goals are. Are you trying to build as many units for homeless people? And maybe that you have an affiliate that does build housing or has a housing mission. Or maybe you have a soup kitchen or other kinds of programs, shelter program, and you have seen that housing is so important for the stability of your clients and you want to do that. At the same time, it has to make sense from a financial perspective. So a lot of times, when a church or faith-based organization is looking to develop some land that they own, trying to figure out the way it would be structured often is that the land is sold to the new development partners. So you heard earlier that a housing development fund corporation gets formed, and that would include Concern Housing and, say, the Sisters of St. Joseph as the HDFC. And the HDFC will be the primary entity that is developing the property. The HDFC will buy the land from the faith-based organization, and then the faith-based organization, the church, would get those proceeds. There's also a developer fee that the city or the state, whoever's financing this affordable housing, provides. And that basically takes the place of profit. A market rate developer would be financing this with anticipating that they're going to make a certain amount of profit. And there's no profit here. Ralph is a nonprofit. Concern Housing is a nonprofit. The faith-based organization, nonprofit. But there is a developer fee that takes place of that, and that's going to account for, would you say, 8-10% of the total project cost? So, if there's like a $30 million project, there's probably going to be $3 million of paid developer's fee that will be available to split. And those splits vary all over the place. Sometimes a developer, it depends on what each side is bringing to the deal. So if the land is being provided by the faith-based organization and the developer is just bringing expertise, that will result in one kind of split. If the developer is paying for an option on the land and paying a monthly fee to keep that option, and you could spend millions of dollars before you get funding from the city or the state, well, then that is worth something in calculating what the proper division of the developer's fee is. It's very hard to tell when it's a fair split because there are so many variables, and I think that's why it's important for both sides to have people with expertise advising them to make sure that not only that the deal goes through and gets approved by the city or the state and the companies that are financing the loan or the investors that are investing in the tax credits, but also to make sure that it's a fair transaction for everyone.
I agree. Just one more thing about thinking about financing. I go back to when we had not done any tax credit projects, and I saw a presentation in Washington last week, a woman who runs a not-for-profit. They never did it, and they just did their first project, and she was talking about how difficult it was. I remember going to these tax credit 101 workshops over and over again and thinking, like, I still don't understand this stuff. And then it struck me, I don't need to understand it. I need to know people who do. I need to be able to trust the people who know it. And so Ted knows we have a colleague, Chris Betts, who has been our consultant for about 20 years now, and he works on the finances. So whether you do it on your own, whether you try to do it on your own, or whether you team up with somebody else, you want to have that expertise on your team. You want to bring in the people, whether they're a consultant, or you bring them into your organization, or you use a different organization. That's really the crucial part to understanding the finances.
Awesome. You actually took my next question. Because you put the panel on your slide, and it had all of these sources of funding, which are myriad. And so I would think, as a faith leader looking at that, I'd go, oh my goodness, that's overwhelming. So what is the best way? Again, so a faith-based organization connects with the developer, but they still want to know a little bit to help chart the path so that they know what the developer is going to be out there looking at. Can you talk to us a little bit about the different types of funding, particularly LIHTC, which is, everyone hears a lot about LIHTC, but not a lot of people know the intricacies of the difference between the different types of tax incentives, and why it's important to look at what's happening on the federal level and how it relates to LIHTC.
Great. Yeah, that's a good question. So the low-income housing tax credit was started by Ronald Reagan, which many people are surprised when they hear that. It seems like, this is a program that's helping poor people gain housing and everything like that. But think about it. He called it a low-income housing tax credit, not a grant. And so for-profit businesses invest in affordable housing, and they get a return on their investment through the form of tax credits. And so it really is a wonderful way of deriving things that it has widespread support in all kinds of administrations. There's been support for the low-income housing tax credit. And so our job is to get an award for low-income housing tax credits. That in New York State, that's done through Homes and Community Renewal. And there's either a 4% award, which is labeled as of right, but it's not as of right. You still have to earn it. And then there's a competitive 9% tax credit. Both applications go to New York State. New York City does control some of that funding. And once you get an award, you then have to find somebody that is willing to buy those credits from you, provide the capital, and get the credits in return. Many people use syndicators, where these syndicators are like brokers for the tax credit investors, and they will seek the investors that will give them the maximum amount. Some of the organizations, some of the investors are direct investment. So we've used Bank of America as a direct investor. Many of the banks do direct investment. We've used a combination of syndicators and direct investors. The syndicators can be really helpful to you in educating you about how things work and what investors will look at, and how I think we've gotten a lot better. I'm looking at Elizabeth Lunda, our COO, who, we have been audited, at least 500 times over the last 15 years. And when you're audited by banks who have a financial investment in you doing well, they help you do better. They keep you on guard. So Elizabeth, as the COO, one of the departments is compliance, where we make sure that there's a lot of intricacies with the tax credits. It's written under the IRS code. And if you violate it, you risk losing the funding. So I'm very confident that Elizabeth is there. Now, Elizabeth's mother, I have to put this in here, was it the first female reverend here at Riverside Church? So she's kind of coming home for her.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I would like to say about, I think what you say about the tax credit program is really interesting. I mean, when we first tried to build affordable housing in New York City and in this country, we built public housing. And the advantage there was a housing shortage right after the war, and the federal government made some funding available, and government put up these buildings very quickly, and we were able to house tens of thousands of people very quickly and in good conditions. The weakness of the public housing initiative was that nobody guaranteed that there would be enough money to keep these buildings in good condition for decades, because buildings last a very long time if you keep care of them, and they can fall down or burn down or whatever. Bad things might happen if you don't. And the tax credit program is kind of brilliant in that, like Ralph intimated, you had more progressive members of Congress that wanted to see a viable affordable housing program, and they were smart enough to turn it into a tax credit where powerful financial companies would benefit from it. And so all of a sudden now you had Republicans saying, yeah, we like this because this cuts taxes, and you had Democrats saying, we like this because it builds affordable housing, and you created these constituencies of support, both people that were mission aligned to create more affordable housing and developers, but also the banks that finance them, the lawyers that get fees from it. There was a huge consensus there to support the low-income housing tax credit. And so what happens today is you have large banks who know that they're going to have income in the future, that they're going to want to cut down their tax liability. They will buy a dollar's worth of tax credit from Ralph's project for 92 cents. Or whatever the market says. And so right now it's about 92 cents. So they spend 92 cents and they get a dollar's worth of tax breaks in the future. Ralph gets 92 cents to build his building. Now, all these, you'll get an award from the city or the state saying you can sell up to 10 million tax credits worth of tax credits, and so you get these buyers. Right now, there are more tax credits out there than there are investors. And so investors are being more choosy about who they back. And when they see a track record like Concern and other developers that have been building lots of tax credit housing over the years, that's what they're looking for to invest. They're looking for the safest investment. So 20 years ago, I spent a lot of time trying to get new developers into the tax credit program, new nonprofits to start building tax credit housing. Lately, it's really about partnering people up with developers that have a strong track record, so you know that you're going to get that investment from the tax credit investors, the syndicators, and also the confidence of the city or the state housing agencies to invest the other capital subsidies that you need to develop low-income, affordable housing.
So two other main sources that we use of funding. So there's the tax credits. We use the New York State Office of Temporary Disability Assistance Homeless Housing Assistance Program, or HHAP, as most people know about it. And so it used to be that some projects, supportive, that went up, needed HHAP funding. Some didn't. Some, the tax credits were sufficient, maybe with an OMH, Office of Mental Health capital grant. Today, almost every project needs the Homeless Housing Assistance Program funding. And a number of years ago, the advocates, a lot of it being the Supportive Housing Network of New York, we convinced the state to double the HHAP's budget, and it's now at $140 million a year. It used to be that there was a cycle where people would apply for the funding until the money ran out, and sometimes that was 4 months, and sometimes it was 6 months. Today, this past round, $140 million available. They got $200 million in funding requests on the first day. Nobody else got funded after that. And so it's really, and so we're advocating for more now. This is an indication that we need more for this to happen. Used to be that the average HHAP grant would be about $1 to $4 million. Now everybody's asking for $13 to $15 million. So this last round, I think there were only like 9 projects funded that used up the full $140 million. We had 2 applications in, one on Long Island, one in the Bronx. We have never not gotten an HHAP grant that we have applied for. We didn't get the second one because, and they told us there were only 9 projects that we gave, 9 organizations, and we couldn't give more than one. So just an advocacy point, we need to advocate for more funding there. Another source that we've used consistently, I mentioned we were founded in Central Islip State Hospital. A lot of our funding, every one of our projects has the New York State Office of Mental Health funding in it, and we've gotten capital grants from them over the years. The OMH capital grants are often the base for a project. We often get those first, and then we build on it. It's easier to get a tax credit award if you have an OMH award or if you have an HHAP award, although HHAP looks for the tax credits as well. But those are 2 other sources. And there's some smaller sources that people use. In Suffolk County, we use Suffolk County. In New York City, we have some projects where we combine state and city HPD funding.
So I believe a representative from the governor's office will be here with us later this afternoon. So paying attention to the points of advocacy of where to increase the funding, definitely will take note on that. So I know, so you develop on Long Island, and Ted, you've worked throughout New York State. There are congregations that are in suburban communities, rural communities, that may say we don't think or we don't feel it's possible to do this type of development here. We won't attract the same level of funding because our projects aren't big enough. And this is something where it ties in with the last panel on small lot development, in looking at how projects pencil out, and then if there is a difference in developing in rural areas, suburban areas, such as on Long Island, upstate New York, versus urban areas like New York City.
So good question. So we look at 50 units as being the minimum that we can do for a tax credit project. Probably you could do a little bit less, but even 50 is difficult. You want to get economies of scale, particularly when you're doing supportive housing and affordable housing together. When the numbers get too small, you don't have the staffing necessary to staff program. We like to staff our programs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, wherever possible. And as the numbers get too low, you get a certain amount per person who's living there. And there are economies of scales that come in with that, whereas if you only have 25 people, it's difficult on the operating side. So that's it. But I think every community has to develop what they can. And the size and the proportion is directly related to what the community is like. And that's the case with the tax credits. Now, the HHAP, people throughout the state have used that funding for smaller projects. And they've gotten capital funding there to do as little as 5 or 6 units somewhere. And together now, one of the things we didn't mention today was the state has a operating funding called ESHI, Empire State Supportive Housing Initiative. And ESHI is the first step towards getting any capital grants. There's an application out now as we speak. In order for anybody to get tax credits, HHAP capital funding, other New York State capital funding, you have to have the operational dollars in place. So we apply for a whole bunch of ESHI grants every time they come out. We apply for 10, and we apply for generic ones. Like if we have a specific project on Long Island, we'll apply for that, and we'll apply for another one just in case we find another site. We'll do the same in Nassau County, Queens, Brooklyn, the Bronx, and it has happened where, we've got a generic Ishai grant, and somebody comes along with a site for us and says, hey, we got the, and we say, okay, we already have an Ishai grant, we can apply for capital funding.
And that's exactly how we wanted the program to work. I was at the state housing agency when we created Ishai, and we had concerns that, a nonprofit might get an award for operating service and operating dollars, and that's money to pay for the case managers and other staff, and then also money just to keep the lights on in the building and heat it and everything like that. So that's the ongoing money that subsidizes the housing operations and services to allow somebody with low income, very or extremely low income, to live in housing and to keep the housing in good condition. So you need that service and operating award, and then you say, okay, we have a way to pay for the operations of this going forward for years and years, forever. So now give us the capital to build the building. And so that's what Ralph's saying, is that first you apply for that service and operating money, and then you go with that award. When you have it in your pocket, you go. And we created Ishai in such a way that an entrepreneurial nonprofit like Ralph could apply for many of these in the hopes that he's going to develop even more housing and will be able to move quickly because he has a service and operating award in his back pocket when he finds a site and is ready to apply for capital. So that's the way the system is supposed to work, and we're happy to see people using it that way.
Awesome. So I want to actually start to go to Q&A because I know there must be many people who have questions. This is certainly an area where there's a lot of mystery in some respects, and we get a lot of these questions. So if anyone has any, does anyone have any questions at this time? Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to take advantage while having the bully mic in my hand. Definitely need your contact information to help us build the first youth depot in the United States.
And talk about it. For real, Dr. Jackie, talk about it.
Thank you so much to both the panelists. I just had well, it's not a quick question, but in terms of financing, like building a capital stack and trying to make your project pencil, I heard historic preservation credits. And so a lot of our churches are actually historic. And so could you go into like how you would actually build that capital stack using the historic preservation credits? Sometimes we kind of position historic preservation and development of housing as somehow in competition, when actually they can be complementary, particularly in building building a capital stack. So if you could go into that a little bit more, that would be great.
So is the question, how do we go about getting the historic tax credits? Okay. You know what? Can you bring the mic over to the guy over there? No, there. He knows more about this than I do.
Hi, I'm Rob Beyer, and I work with Ralph and Concern and Ted. So in order to qualify for the historic tax credit program, your property has to have historic significance. There are a lot of consultants out there that can tell you they work with historic buildings, and sometimes, for instance, in the case of the project that Ralph showed in Brentwood, Long Island, the Sisters of St. Joseph, the sisters went ahead and put their property, obviously it qualifies, you can tell by just looking at it, into registering on the historic register. Not every building, so it's not just old buildings, they could be 20th century buildings that are important modern buildings, so you can't obviously if you look at a lot of faith-based buildings, most of them would likely qualify, not all of them, so it's a little ad hoc.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, I just want to say, so it's kind of like the financing of it. Like when I was talking about the finances before, you got to find an expert who knows that. Same thing with the historic renovations. And we were really fortunate enough to come across Rob with our first project, and he's donated so much of his time on the Sisters of St. Joseph and other projects. And it's invaluable to really have somebody that knows how to do this, who's done it before, and who can guide through the process.
I would just like to build on that. You know, if you feel like you don't have that expertise in-house, there are so many experts floating around, like myself and others in this room. Talk to as many people as you possibly can and educate yourself. You know, it's a alphabet soup of acronyms and everything, and it's really mystifying at first. And like you said, I have listened to so many seminars about low-income housing tax credits, and now 35 years later, I'm starting to understand it. And it's, you know, just talk to as many experts and you're going to get a feel for, you know, what the right amount of developer fee you deserve is going to be, and what sort of risk you're taking, how long you think it's going to take. Because these projects, as you can tell from what Ralph's saying, I mean, it starts, you're driving by a parking lot and you say, I wonder that doesn't seem like it's being used much. I wonder if I could buy it, you know, and then how big a building could I build there? Well, let's look at the zoning, and then let's see what other history is here. And you know, if you're a faith-based group with some land, you're already halfway there in that you own the land. So finding out as much as you can from the experts as to what that land could produce. Is it a 6-story building? Is it a 12-story building? Does it have to be an industrial use, or could it be used for housing? Or maybe it's a commercial and housing kind of use. Educate yourself and talk to as many people. I can't emphasize that enough, because the more that you know, the better the outcome is going to be for you.
I have actually moderator's privilege, but are there any questions in the audience before I ask one? Oh, Mark has a question. Just one moment, the mic is coming to you. Dr. Jackie Cody from National Action Network, thank you.
Yeah, Ralph, you mentioned that with regard to the developer fee, and that one project you actually shared it, split it with them. I know that there was a regulation proposed by the last administration to, in effect, not allow the owner of faith property to actually get developer's fees, so to actually reduce what they would get for the property based upon what they would get in a developer's fee. In effect, made it almost impossible for the congregation to do well in that process. Is that no longer the case, as far as you know?
You know, we have not been affected by that. Ted, do you know much about that?
I know that, you know, the city and the state housing agencies, their job is to create as many units of housing as they can with the money that has been allocated in the budget for them. So they're just doing their job, trying to make sure that developers don't profit unduly, and that the housing actually gets completed, and that they're not paying through the nose. I mean, the public's money. And so one of the things that happened in the last few years is that they started taking a look at, okay, if the entity that owns the land, and that could be a faith-based group or another developer or just an owner, you know, a company that has land, if they are selling the land to the project and staying in the deal, as we say, as being a co-developer who's going to get some developer fee, you know, some people could see that as double dipping. You want to make sure that they are not profiting twice on the same sort of thing. So HPD started looking very closely at not just how much you're making on the acquisition price. And acquisition, when you buy a piece of land, you have to get it appraised by a third party that says this is what it's worth, and HPD will not pay above appraised value. And that's a very good rule, and they're very strict about it. But they want to make sure that if you're selling land into a project and it's appraised at 10 million, and then you're getting 20 million because you're getting all this developer fee, maybe you're actually getting more than appraised value. So they definitely lowered the boom. I think that we're starting to see some easing up of that because there's a new urgency to get as many units done as possible. But you know, HPD and HCR very rightly are trying to make sure that the public is not overpaying for affordable housing, and so you know those calculations do come into play.
I would fight that, you know, and I'm sure you would too, Mark. You know, essentially, you know, we've had some deals with for-profit sellers of property where we gave them a piece of the developer's fee in order to make the deal. We look at the sisters as a co-developer with us, and we see them as being as entitled to a developer's fee as anybody else, and to differentiate because it's a faith-based organization just doesn't seem fair.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
One more question. The gentleman in the blue.
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Gambrell. I have a question. It may be for you, Ralph, or Ted. I think both of you guys can answer this one. For the faith-based organizations and nonprofits that you work with that will be co-developers on projects, you know, obviously a lot of the theme is everything that we're doing is mission aligned. When you get to that 15-year period, when you have that relationship and you're outside, the tax credit investors have gone, what are you guys seeing on the back end as far as recapitalization of the assets? Meaning, like, how the faith-based organizations, how do the co-developers that you're working with see the long-term viability, right? Because there's no exit for them. There's no exit strategy. They want to carry that affordability beyond the 15 years. And we know, like, with rising costs, et cetera, that's more and more of a challenge. So I don't know if you have any specific projects that you can speak to, but what does it look like at that period for non-profit developers and co-developers that you work with?
So that's a really good question. We always commit to keeping a project affordable for as long as we can. So I know in many of our 9% deals, we committed to 50 years. I think it's a really important question they're bringing up for the faith-based organization to think about. We were actually on the other side of that, and with the St. James Church, that did come with a land lease, and the land lease was 99 years. And the attorneys and the rest of my team thought I was crazy because I said, I don't think 99 years is long enough. And everybody says, we're not going to be around, but I want the housing to be around. You know, I want the affordable housing to go on for as long as it can. And so I think it's important for the faith-based organization to team up with an organization that feels the same way. And that the sisters asked me over and over again, are you going to continue to serve needy people? And not only needy, they wanted us to serve the neediest of people. And, you know, are you going to do it forever, for as long as you can? And you know, we can't commit to forever, but that's where both of our missions are aligned. And you definitely want to avoid a situation where, you know, the development partner can get out of it or do something with the property after a certain period of time, a use that you might not be comfortable with.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. I mean, I think you answered it well. I mean, in New York City, the housing agencies emphasize long-term affordability. So you have a 15-year tax credit period, compliance period, where the tax credit investor is getting credit in return for their investment, and the governing agencies are all ensuring that the housing is continuing to house income-eligible people that have low incomes, and that the housing is habitable and everything like that. But at the end of 15 years, then there's a refinancing Sometimes it takes a couple years, but year 15 refinancing, and you're right. You need to have an understanding, not at year 15, but at year 1, what the intent is to do with that property. I mean, a lot of times there are extended affordability protections that say, even though it's a 15-year tax credit compliance period, we're actually got a 30-year affordability period. And like Ralph says, sometimes it's 40 years or 50 years. And, because we're trying to serve the lowest income, most vulnerable people at Concern and various other supportive housing providers, that's not a problem to agree to that. But you need to make sure that everybody understands from the outset what the intent is, because there are some for-profit developers that would love to use the government's money. This happens more in other states than in New York, but they use the government's money to build affordable housing for 15 or 30 years with the intent that we're going to turn this market rate as soon as that's over. And if that's not your mission alignment, then you need to know that before you go into the partnership.
I want to slip in a joke, Ralph. You missed it earlier when he talked about it's good to have sisters with you. So Reverend Dr. Anne Marie said, not when you're the Spurs. You missed that joke.
So we have Reverend Brown, one more question, and then we're going to wrap up. We'll ask our panelists for any parting advice, and then we'll turn it over to Mark and his panel.
Thank you. It's a great segue into the question I had. You mentioned that the faith-based entity, they're bringing, the value they're bringing in is the land. And so my question is, from the faith-based perspective, what are the advantages, disadvantages to selling the property as opposed to leasing it, the 99-year lease you just spoke about?
So, and I think you're asking from the faith-based perspective. Obviously, if you sell it, you permanently lose control unless there is that land lease component to it. But in selling it, you're more likely to derive more income at the initial stages than another deal where you're maintaining some form of ownership in it. I know as developers, we like to own properties because we like to be able to control it for the same reason that you brought up in terms of we want to make sure that it stays affordable. Like even with the church, we loved working with the church, but I wasn't sure what they were going to do after 99 years. Maybe there's different people, and maybe they think about it. Some of the a related thing here is that we talked about the investors, and this is the importance of having good lawyers. There are investors out there who do not intend to give up ownership after 15 years. And if your documents are not written properly, there's been some instances of this throughout the country where the investor comes in and says, I have the right to take this over now. This property is now ours. And those are not investors that we would seek out, but that kind of thing happens.
Yeah, you got to know your partners, and that's very important. I mean, one way of looking at it is, say you have a property that is appraised at $10 million of value. You could sell it for $10 million to an affordable housing developer. I mean, you could sell it to a market rate developer as well, but if it appraises at $10 million, an affordable housing developer is going to get the city to back them to purchase that property at $10 million. If you want to maintain control, you could do a 99-year ground lease, and for all intents and purposes in real estate law, a 99-year ground lease is considered the same as ownership for purposes of financing and everything, and that's very important. But your 99-year ground lease, say, instead of getting $10 million the day you sell it, you're going to get $90,000 a year rent or something like that. And so, $900,000 a year in rent. So eventually you're going to get $10 million and beyond. You'll get even more. But if you need a lot of money to fix your sanctuary right now, a sale is going to make more sense to you. If it's really important that this parking lot that's right next to your church, you want to have control over it, then a ground lease may make more sense for you.
Awesome. So I want to say thank you to Ralph and to Ted. Are there any last phrases that you want to say or any parting words to anyone here?
I want to thank you for inviting us and Mark for engaging us over the years. I've been very impressed with the work that you've done, the Council of Churches and the organizations that do this kind of work, and we're really thrilled to just be a part of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I want to echo that. It's really great to have partners like Mark and all of you in the room here. The fact is, like I said, supportive housing started when the Catholic Church made available a few convents that we were able to convert into supportive housing. The Presbyterians came very quickly on their heels and started developing. And there's just been this great tradition of, in New York City, of mission-driven housing that has really made the city a better place. I mean, I think the revival of the Upper West Side is the story of supportive housing. There are all these SROs that were not great places owned by slumlords. People with mental illness were living there without any supports. And this partnership of faith-based groups and nonprofits and advocates came in and said there's got to be a better way, and by providing services on site for people to help with their disabilities, by making these buildings affordable for in perpetuity, I mean, we really brought back the Upper West Side and made it into the place it is today that everybody in the world wants to live at, and none of us can afford it anymore. So, it's a success story for the people that are living in that housing that otherwise, if that housing didn't exist, they wouldn't be able to be part of the city's fabric.
So, thank you. So moderator's privilege, I'm going to leave you with one question, and it came up during something that occurred to me during when you were speaking, Ralph and Ted. And this is a question that I'm not going to answer, I'm just going to leave it as, where is the market? Who is the market? We keep hearing about market rate, but it seems that the need is greatest in the market where there is the lowest income, where there is not a lot of things being provided for. Yet we tend to view the market as the things that are overpriced for us at our living. So who is the market and where is the market is where I'm leaving it.
Thanks, Ted. Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Rashida and Ralph and Ted. So while my panel is coming up, I thought I'd take a moment to introduce myself, because I'm wearing two hats here. This hat is as the president of the Interfaith Affordable Housing Collaborative, but the other hat, my day job, in effect, is the director of the Interfaith Assembly on Homelessness and Housing. And I want to just take a moment to talk about what we do, and there's a table over there where you can get some more information. And I've been very fortunate to have been doing this work for 45 years on behalf of people who are homeless and on behalf of the need for affordable housing. And these days, I find myself in a wonderful position of working directly with homeless people, doing street outreach and getting people into shelters, and then working with people who have housing vouchers and get them into housing. And we do our housing work at Broadway and 114th Street at a place called Broadway Community. And Juliana, sitting over there, is our community coordinator. We have what we call a fellowship of accompaniment, where we work with folks who have vouchers, support them as we get them into housing. And in terms of our street outreach, we've gotten over 1,200 people into shelter, small shelters from the street in the last 4 years with some partners. And over the last 12 months, we've gotten over 40 households into housing with their vouchers. So I know some of you here work with that population. I want to invite you to come over, pick up a card for our Broadway community partner, and pick up my card, and let's talk. If there's anyone you know who has a voucher, who needs to get into housing, we'd love to help them. And if you know people who are on the street who need to get into shelter, also let us know. We can help with that. So with that, I want to invite my panelists to come forward. Also, just one more thing. We do have a raffle drawing, so if you haven't yet filled out your little name card, fill it out, put it in that red bowl. We're going to have a drawing for 2 dinners at this wonderful Italian restaurant down the street. And, if you like Italian food, you'll love the food. So, thank you. So I want to say that it is my real pleasure to moderate this panel, to host this panel of 4 people who really are really significant in the work of housing policy in this city. Rachel Fee is the executive director of the New York Housing Conference, which is an incredible resource. Rachel seems to know everybody and know everything, and has done such an amazing job of helping people in the development world to understand the issues and understand each other. And Rachel is just really a city resource, and so pleased that she's be willing to join us. And she said, I'll be Mark's assistant for this. That's one of the greatest honors I've had in a while. Asia Thomas. Asia Thomas is the director of organizing for New York Open New York, sorry. And she'll talk to us a lot about policy, particularly with regard to the Faith-Based Affordable Housing Act. And someone I haven't met except online is Joshua Berman, who's also with the Regional Plan Association. We had Moses Gates here earlier. He'll talk to us about housing policy, state and city. And then John Mangan, who is, I'm very, very pleased that he's with us today. And for those of you who don't know John, John has been the director of housing for the New York City Planning Commission, but was recently nominated to serve as the chair of the board of, Board of Standards and Appeals. And this is a group that I learned about, I think, from Ted Houghton about 3 years ago. I'd never heard of them before. And as we've been hearing all day, New York City exists in a world of zoning. You can only build what the zoning allows you to build. But the Board of Standards and Appeals can take a look at that zoning, and if you can convince them that it is worthy of that community to change that zoning, they're willing to look at that. And John has been nominated to chair that board by the mayor. I don't think there's anyone in the city that knows John who does not like John, so I don't think he'll have any difficulty being approved. But if you know your city council member, you might want to mention that you understand John is being nominated, and you can let them know what you think. I think it's an incredible, let me just say, I think the mayor's done amazing work in finding some great people, and certainly John is one of them. I'm so pleased that John is being nominated. We've been working with each other for years. I've always found him completely available, totally knowledgeable, very fair, and really a great resource. So with that, I want to welcome everybody to the panel. And as I mentioned, we're going to be discussing city housing plans for the city and the state. I think everyone here is an expert, John particularly the city. But why don't we start with Rachel, I think. Is that what we want to do? No, okay. Rachel's my boss here. So, okay. Who do we start with, Rachel? Start with John. Okay, good idea. So, John, tell us about the board of City Planning Commission and also the Board of Standards and Appeals, and tell us what you would like to tell us about the mayor's new housing plan. Let me just also say that John has been involved in so much good work recently, and as was mentioned earlier,
the City of Yes, which passed, and the ballot initiatives which passed. So we're in an amazing place now that we have not been in for decades, and John can let us know what the plans are and what the opportunities are. So the floor is yours.
Thanks,
John.
Mark, and it's great to be back in this, I think in this room we were before, talking to a similar group. So fantastic to be back a year or two later with a lot of new stuff to talk about. You asked about the Board of Standards and Appeals. Yes, it's obscure. I don't hold it against anybody if you haven't heard of it, but it may become more important in many of your lives in the years ahead. Just very briefly, it's an ancient New York City board, dates back to the dawn of zoning, 1916, and it was really intended to inoculate the city against allegations that zoning represents a taking of private property that would have been unconstitutional. You know, zoning limits what you could do on your property, and so there were concerns that it would get struck down as a taking. So BSA originally served as a relief valve. If individual property owners, for whatever reason, weren't able to do anything with their land, weren't able to develop anything, they could go to the BSA and get relief. And that would, hopefully, they thought, prevent them from going to the courts and challenging zoning overall as a taking. Now, BSA still does something like that today. They serve as a relief valve when that happens to individual sites. They still grant variances to zoning for sites that meet certain conditions. But over time, the jurisdiction of the board has increased, including things like zoning and code appeals and, actions, BSA special permits under the zoning resolution. Most importantly for this group, however, is a recent new power from the charter reforms that many of you voted on back in November. There is now a BSA fast track for publicly sponsored affordable housing. So any faith-based organizations that are looking to develop 100% affordable housing on their sites don't have to go get a rezoning anymore. You don't have to go to the City Planning Commission to get a general rezoning with all the environmental review and years of process ending in City Council that entails. Instead, you can go to the Board of Standards and Appeals for a site-specific approval. And that could enable you to build a bigger building than the zoning would otherwise allow for your affordable housing project. It also saves a ton of time and money. I don't know if anybody here has been through rezoning. I think I was up here with Bishop Hugh Nelson in years past talking about the rezoning effort that his congregation went through and how long that took. Under the BSA fast track, if you're going to do 100% affordable, you don't have to go through the whole rezoning process. You can come with a specific project as long as you have, a soft commitment from HPD, and the Board of Standards and Appeals can provide you the relief from the zoning that you need in order to achieve that project. So less time, less cost, narrower environmental review, if any environmental review at all. We'll talk about the recent SECRA reforms a little bit later as well. And that can enable more projects, more affordable housing units, just more in the years ahead. So if you're a faith-based organization looking to do publicly sponsored affordable, and I make it through City Council and I end up at BSA, just don't be afraid to pick up the phone and call. We're there to sort of provide preliminary guidance around your project.
So I want to ask Josh and Asia what you view as the biggest opportunities around zoning and planning with the Mamdani administration.
Sure, I can go first, and then Asia, you can jump in, because I'm sure we'll be bouncing off each other a lot. We work together very closely, but there are so many opportunities with this housing plan, and just to zoom out a little bit and thinking about the political environment that we're in, it's amazing to see a mayor that has been so out in front thinking about building more housing as much as many other issues like affordable housing and tenant protections. But this also really has been spanning across the ideological spectrum. And it's been interesting to see that whether you're sort of more on the conservative end or on the left end, building housing has become, kind of a consensus, and it's a no-brainer at this point. And so, in some ways, some politicians are trying to outcompete themselves to be building more housing. And so, it's great to see the New York City Housing Plan as one of the big priorities, and that building more housing is huge within that. And there are specific policies that we could get into that I think would really make a difference, like streamlining development procedures. I know we just did a big SECRA reform, big environmental review reform at the state level that will allow it to make it even easier to build housing within New York City, which is huge. But also other permitting barriers or thinking about building code issues like single stair are things that could make a big difference. On the broader scale, at RPA, we're always focused on region and connecting land use and transportation, and so thinking more about transit-oriented development around our subway system, which feels definitely like a no-brainer, but I think what's often left out of the conversation is building around our regional transit hubs, like our Long Island Railroad stations and Metro North. So those are also very big opportunities. And then the last thing that I just want to say is around making sure that development is equitably spread across the city. I think the charter reforms made that a big centerpiece, and that should definitely be a priority of this administration.
Thanks. Asia.
Ditto. And Mike. I agree. I think seeing the mayor really be a pro-housing champion on housing has really been amazing to see. It really just tracks that our message is working, that building homes for people across New York City, but of course Open New York is focused on across the state, has really been resonating, not with just everyday New Yorkers, but also with electeds in times that we haven't seen ever, right? We haven't seen it at this level before. We're also just really excited. I'm personally really excited, and obviously we can see that again in our mayor and his block by block housing plan. I'm really excited that we can build coalitions. As John and everyone here knows, you have been doing work and you have been working really hard in the sector that you have been doing it, but how amazing is it that we can all do it together and all take the credit and see what we have been working for. So many times we have gone off and either retired or gone on to a different sector and really haven't seen what we have put in so much work to do over the last 10, 20, however many years you have given to housing. And now we get to actually see it. Now we're seeing some movement. Some is still slower than others, but the progress is still there. We still see things happening. So I'm excited that in this new housing plan, we get to coalition build in ways that we haven't before, and also really think outside of the box, not just with housing folks, not just with people who are rightly aligned with it, but people who are adjacent. There's just so many different avenues that we can take now to coalition build, because when we think about community, we don't just think about, you don't just think about where you're going to live. You think about where's the store, what school is there, are the streets good? You think about so many elements when you're thinking about community, and so this is how we're thinking about coalition building and why we're excited for this housing plan.
Thanks, Asia. So, Rachel, you've been doing this work. You've been with the Housing Conference for a number of years, and you've seen a number of housing plans. Tell us how you view this mayor's housing initiatives.
So I would love to, Mark. I think first we should go a little bit big picture, and I'm going to let, I think, John jump in first, and then I could react to it. But just what's in the Mamdani housing plan in terms of the numbers and in terms of some of the goals, and then I'll give you my reaction.
Okay, so I think this, first, the highest level, this administration represents something that I think has been in the air for going on a decade now, but that has never been totally unified. And of course, Open New York and New York Housing Conference were a big part of this, but it's a grand synthesis between the tenant advocates and the supply side folks who recognize we need to build a ton of housing and affordable housing. For a long time, those politically seemed like, for whatever reason, there were tensions there, or there were an opposition, when in fact they go together so well. In fact, they're necessary to each other. It's really, really hard to fight for tenant rights when you're at a 1%, net rental vacancy rate. Tenants have no options, landlords know that and behave accordingly. On the other hand, we can't expect the public to go along with a program to build, build, build if we're not taking care of those tenants who are just hanging on by their fingertips in the housing that already exists. So the housing plan is the document that lays out this grand synthesis. So there's a lot in there about tenant protection. There's a lot in there about housing quality and making sure that we are, enforcing housing standards across the city, in addition to the big initiatives to build. And that includes building all types of housing. So I can speak, most to the city planning aspects, where we announced huge initiative around transit-oriented development. Well, guess what? We're New York City. We have pretty darn good transit everywhere. And so taking a look at underutilized transit resources and then, changing the regulations to enable more housing in those places can unlock a ton of housing. I think we're talking about a scale that'll be bigger than City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, which was, kind of flirting with 6 figures of new housing. There's also these new charter tools. I could talk about that a little bit later. But one initiative that the administration is looking carefully at is the Affordable Housing Fast Track. Every 5 years, the city will assess affordable housing production in all 59 community districts. In the bottom 12 community districts, though, there's a fast track land use review process that applies to land use and zoning changes that have at least mandatory inclusionary housing levels of affordability. So they're affordable housing projects. Instead of 7 months uniform land use review procedure ending in council, it's a quick 90 days, community board, borough president, onto the city planning commission, and then let's start to build housing. So the administration has committed to public actions in each of those 12 community districts. We have to assess and publish that by October of this year, so keep your eye out. There are many faith-based organizations, in the parts of the city that may fall into that bottom 12, and that could present additional opportunities for some of you as well. And then, of course, affordable housing, tremendous increases in capital outlay for HPD to try to meet the mayor's stated goal of 200,000 new affordable housing units over the next 10 years and 200,000 units preserved. So that's really ambitious. The mayor is really laying out a high bar for himself and his administration in the years ahead. I'll leave it there, and then I'll pass it back over to Rachel to talk about how it might compare to some of the other housing plans she's seen over the years.
Thanks, John. So I share the enthusiasm of this moment with the panelists. And I feel like we have all on this stage, our organizations have worked together over the past few years and had really big wins with City of Yes and charter reform and a lot of joint advocacy. So it's great to be at this moment where I feel like for New York City, we're on the edge of all of these tools about to be implemented. So really exciting for John to lead BSA and see an affordable housing fast track and all the projects that are going to zoom through and get those approvals and build more affordable housing. So that's really exciting. So John is right in terms of the ambition of Mayor Mamdani's housing plan. It's 400,000 units in total, 200,000 new construction, and 200,000 units preserved over the next 10 years. To do that, I would say he needs all of you in this room with your sites, for sure. It's a really big jump from what current production levels look like. So the administration has also added $5 billion to the capital plan over the next 5 years. And when I'm analyzing the budget, I would say the plan is fully funded for the next 2 years, and then we're all going to have to advocate to add more capital to the plan. So we expect that there are going to be 8,000 new units funded through the capital plan, and that'll be through HPD. Each year, new construction of affordable housing. That's really exciting. The plan will also leverage the market through tax and zoning incentives. So historically, with the subsidized housing and the market rate that is required to build affordable housing through programs like 421A, now 485X, and mandatory inclusionary zoning, we've produced about 14,000 units a year of affordable housing. But this mayor is saying that's not good enough. We want to do more. So we do expect this ramp up in production of affordable housing with HPD finance programs, and then also really creating those new zoning opportunities across the city. So I think we're at an exciting place. I would just kind of point out some other really important things in the housing plan. For me, while we are very focused on building more because everyone is paying too much in rent, and unless we have a lot more housing choice, that's going to continue to be the case where renters are competing for the same limited units. But we also have to make sure that we are preserving the existing housing that we have, and that is financially sound and in good housing quality, and that really matters. So the plan for NYCHA really continues some of the work that we've seen under the last two administrations of moving forward with the PACT program that some of you may be familiar with, investing in public housing. And that has been moving at a pretty good pace. I'm sure not fast enough for the residents that have been living in not great conditions for decades, but that commitment to that program continues, and there is significant capital in the budget for NYCHA this year as well. So that's something that we've been looking at and is really important. Today, the city announced that they are starting a new supportive housing preservation fund. I think this is a really great opportunity as well. We have a lot of aging affordable housing and supportive housing buildings across the city, and if we're not investing in them and they're starting to degrade, just like we've seen in public housing, we're not in the place we need to be. So we're grateful that this plan both looks at new construction and preservation, because we think that's really important. The other thing I wanted to point out is there is a commitment to build at least 1,000 units of senior housing a year. That program is really it's financed with some federal Section 8 housing choice vouchers. That's historically been how that program is financed. Those are under threat with the budget situation in Washington, so that's something that we're monitoring, I would say, but we're really glad that the administration has come out with that commitment, because to continue to build senior housing is going to be really important given where demographics are going and our aging population is growing. John mentioned this, I think, really new approach in both centering a housing plan on tenants, but then really also being pro-supply. For the tenants, I think there is also a lot of focus on code enforcement, making sure that if your apartment isn't in good shape, that your landlord is listening and you can call 311, and on the city side, inspectors are there, they're coming, and they're going to be expanding, I think, both the organizing and the code enforcement. And then there's also emphasis on tying the housing plan to good jobs, good paying jobs. So the Construction Justice Act passed last year. It creates a minimum wage floor in affordable housing. That's going to be implemented under this mayor, which will start in 2027. And then in addition, the administration is looking at project labor agreements where feasible. So there has historically been, I think, a tension between adding minimum wages or labor agreements, because when you add to the cost of housing, we're building less housing. But I think, again, this is one of those tensions that this mayor really wants to figure out how to make it work on both sides. So I think that's an exciting opportunity as well. And then the other piece of the housing plan we've been really excited about is the Speed Task Force. And this is a commitment to really look at our extremely bureaucratic processes across New York City to build housing, to get people into housing, and look at ways to fix them and just simplify some of these rules. So one of the early commitments I was really excited to see, because we did a lot of research and put out a report on the housing lottery, is when you try to get housing through Housing Connect, with those 80,000 New Yorkers applying for the same apartment building, can be a frustrating process. So the city is really looking at reforming that and making it easier and quicker to get into affordable housing. So it might stop there.
Well, you know, Rachel, something I wanted you and maybe John to talk about a little bit, because there are all these, you know, people say, well, okay, we're protecting tenants, but how about the landlords who are hardly making their numbers work? And I was at a conference of yours earlier this year, and the third panel, which I didn't think would be interesting at all, was fascinating, and it talked about the cost of insurance on buildings. And the report that you came out with, and the mayor's response has been finding ways to help landlords who have affordable housing but are hardly making ends meet to really make those more profitable, or at least not a loss. So tell us something about the efforts to help small landlords to stay in the business, so we don't put them out of business and then lose the housing that they're providing.
Yeah, I think a lot of the press attention on that issue has really been focused around the commitment of a rent freeze. And we know that tenants are struggling, and freezing the rent even for 1 year keeps more dollars in that renter's pocket that they need to deal with the cost of inflation. So we get that piece. And what we were pushing the administration for was complementary set of policies for those buildings that are really struggling. They're struggling probably with or without a rent freeze, though. Really since 2020, you know, with cost inflation, everything has gone through the roof. But we have a lot of existing affordable housing buildings that are running deficits right now. So, you know, they're trying to operate a building, but they're not bringing in enough rent to cover their expenses. So the administration has come out with a set of policies around this. I would say they're still in development. It's called TOOLS, and it's, I don't remember what the acronym stands for, but it's like Help for Owners, and they're thinking through some of the things. We're still pushing the administration to go a bit further in this regard, but they did a small increase to the multifamily water assistance program. We think that increase should be a lot bigger to serve all affordable housing, but it was a good start. They're setting up a publicly backed insurance program. They just hired an actuary. They're in the early days of figuring that out, but hopefully that is going to help some of the owners who are paying, you know, 5 times, you know, what they were paying in insurance 5 years ago even. So they do have a number of, you know, new opportunities, and they're also encouraging affordable housing owners and supportive housing owners where the buildings are running deficits to come in, talk to them, and see what sort of loan restructuring they might be able to do as well.
Thank you. Yeah, John, I don't know if you want to say anything about that. It's been my sense that there always tends to be a conflict between tenants and landlords, and of course there shouldn't be, because we need tenants, need landlords, or else we have no place to live. But I think hopefully this mayor, this administration is moving away from that and saying there's a way that we can all benefit from this, from having people housed safely and affordably without the landlords having to struggle. So anything you want to say about that?
Just to add, you know, with the help of groups like New York Housing Conference and others, this administration very much understands that, you know, ultimately squeezing landlords too hard is not good for tenants either, because you end up in a situation where building quality is deteriorating, and that's not good for anybody. So just thanks to New York Housing Conference and a couple other groups for focusing the administration's attention on trying to square that circle and not over-focus on tenants to the extent that, you know, buildings are falling down or something.
Yeah, thank you. So should we move to the state? So we know that the city is a creature of the state. The state has about half the population. New York City has about half the population of the state. We have a lot of properties upstate and a lot of faith groups upstate. And we have some efforts at the state level to make housing, affordable development, more possible. And I think both of our, particularly Asia and Josh, have some expertise in that. And Rachel, I think, can also talk about new regulations, a reform of regulations at the state level that help make development more likely. So I don't know who would like to start talking about the changes at the state that we can all be very excited about. Yeah.
So I can start and actually maybe start with what some other states are doing, and then we can think a little bit about all of the hard work that we have to do in New York State. So just to put it in perspective, RPA a couple of years ago did a look at our housing shortage and the amount of housing that New York State would need to build to address our vacancy rate, to make it a healthier rate so that there's more competition in the rental market, and address housing overcrowding, and really get us into a healthier state for our housing market. And the number that we came up with is that New York State would need to add 800,000 units over the course of the next 10 years, which is a very, very big number. And this goes beyond just New York City. This is a whole statewide issue. Unfortunately, right now, our state's land use policy and land use policies that have mostly been devolved to the local level really don't allow and accommodate for that housing that we know that we need. And so we are thinking, I think everyone at this table has been thinking about what is the role that New York State can play in trying to loosen up some of those restrictions and creating some of the checks and balances that we know we need between statewide and regional planning to accommodate housing, as well as a desire for local control within everyone's community. The good news, I think, is that a number of other states have actually paved the way and shown a lot of different ideas and a lot of different options for addressing these challenges. A lot of people say that housing is a wicked problem because there are so many different contributing factors that make it so difficult to build the housing that we need. That also means that there are a lot of different legislative solutions that we can do to help ease up that challenge. And so just some examples of what other states have done. I think the West Coast has sort of been leading the way in thinking about overall housing supply. The state of Oregon has passed what's known as middle housing legislation that makes it possible to build 1 to 4 unit buildings in small to large cities across the state as of right, which is huge. So that sort of eliminates what's known as single family zoning across the state. California has gone even further. They have made it easier to build ADUs on all of the accessory dwelling units, so an extra backyard unit, let's say. And they've passed that legislation across the state, but also they have done a lot of work on making it easier to build housing near transit, which is something that New York State definitely needs to be doing, as well as making changes to their environmental review laws, which I think really influenced some of the changes that we saw here that passed in New York State this last session. Just a couple of other things that I want to point out, other states that have been doing the work. I think Massachusetts is a very interesting example where rather than being very prescriptive, overriding local control, they have a number of different programs that give municipalities different options for accommodating more affordable housing within municipalities, setting aside what's known as transit-oriented districts that would allow for multifamily housing as of right within areas near transit, but giving the municipality the ability to decide where exactly that district goes. So I think that's another interesting model that New York State could look at. And the last thing that I want to point out is that New York State is really lagging behind our neighbors within the region. New Jersey is building much more housing than New York State is by a long shot. I looked this up, and New Jersey, counties in northern New Jersey are permitting housing at 10 to 1 the rate of housing on Long Island. So that gives you some perspective of the growth that they're seeing, and I think a lot of the economic benefits that they're seeing in New Jersey as well. And one of the big reasons that New Jersey has been able to do this is through the Mount Laurel Doctrine, which requires all municipalities to make room for affordable housing and expand the housing supply. And so that difference in policy, I think, has really manifested in a big difference in outcomes. And also, Connecticut nearby also just passed legislation last year that reduces parking minimums on modest-sized apartment buildings, which really reduces the cost of development, as well as setting up more standards for statewide planning and growth. So they established an Office of Responsible Growth that is looking to coordinate growth across the municipalities, and also developing some programs to incentivize housing across the state.
Thanks, Josh. I just wanted to mention, so the Mount Laurel decision is actually 50 years old, I think, last year. It was taking a while for the state to actually respond to what's required of Mount Laurel, particularly to include a certain amount of affordable housing. Hopefully it won't take New York State as long to catch up, but it does take a while, doesn't it, for the state to develop consensus, even after a law is passed. But I understand now, I think it's about 3/4 of the municipalities in the state of New Jersey have agreed to abide by the Mount Laurel decision. So, yeah. So, Asia, why don't you tell us about, you've been working very hard, as I've been working with you on the State-Based Affordable Housing Act, Faith-Based Affordable Housing Act. Tell us what it is and where it stands.
Yeah, so the Faith-Based Affordable Housing Act, we actually have some folks here who are part of that coalition. Shout out to Pastor Ron and a bunch of other folks. But it is really a bill that allows people, churches, and organizations that have owned their land and make it easier so that they can build on the land that they already own. That's it in a very basic form. But what it has done, even in conversation across the state, has really been able to build a community of people who not only care about housing, but now are talking about housing in ways that they haven't before. And this is why this, not only bills like the Faith-Based Affordable Housing Act, but other bills like SECRA has really allowed this conversation of pro-housing to really move, because we're able to talk to people where they are and where their needs are. And so this coalition has grown over the last 3 sessions. We're now in our 3rd session. It hasn't passed us yet, because we know Albany's a little slow at keeping up with what people need. But it has grown from, we started off with, last session we had about 300 people, 300 orgs, including faith organizations across the state, in housing, and everyday New Yorkers that are part of this coalition. Now we're well over 400. And that has happened because people are talking. People are coming to us and saying, hey, I heard you have a coalition. I want to be a part of it. What do we do? And this is amazing. It is amazing to see that people not only want to come and be a part of it, but they really want to come and learn. Oftentimes, we know it is not easy to hear policy. It's great to hear that there's movement on it. It's not easy to understand. Not only is it not easy to understand, but then you have to take this information and go reiterate it to a neighbor. How? Josh cannot come with me everywhere, right? But how do we get to talk about housing the same way that we talk about housing in the Bronx, that we are going to talk about it in Buffalo or Rochester or Hudson Valley? How do we talk about a statewide bill with so many different people and get them all to come together? A lot of that is just simply starting off with listening. What do people want? What are their needs? Where are the gaps? And then how do we get there? How do we get there together? What are some of the suggestions? What are you comfortable with? And most importantly, what we have done is really publicly educate. It's really important that people understand what they're doing, what's the expectations, and really manage expectations. I was just talking about this earlier today. We all remember, I'm just a bill sitting on Capitol Hill, right? We remember that. We remember the song. We actually don't remember how a bill gets passed, right? We remember the guy dancing, and then we go, wait, how long is this supposed to take? How long? Tomorrow, it's not a tomorrow fix. So when you're thinking about a larger coalition, larger state coalition, there's oftentimes people who are saying, is this working? Is what we're doing, are we moving fast enough? Are we being more, do we need to be more aggressive? Do we need to slow down? Do we need to be nicer? Do we need to send them a gift? What do we need to do to actually get this passed? And we're doing it. We're doing it. We have built this coalition where we have such an amazing team of faith leaders who we can call on. Thankfully, they still answer my text messages. Again, shout out to Pastor Rod, always multitasking. And we have a group of people who are just really ready to lend their information, lend their voices, and really be active on it. We just, I think it was about a month ago, we had, we went to Albany, and then we, for folks who, and we had over 100 people who went to Albany and also joined us for a lobby day, but there was a bunch of people who were not able to go to Albany with us, so we decided to have a virtual rally, and we had well over 100 people who attended that virtual rally, plus send out 2,000 postcards across the state. It just has been amazing to see that there is so much movement and so much momentum for this, and it hasn't died, even with the slowness of Albany. So the Faith-Based Affordable Housing Act definitely has legs and has a bunch of life still in it, and that's really because the need hasn't gone, and mostly because people are still talking. The need is still there. Housing is still needed and available for seniors, young people, young families, and so there will always be a conversation. We just need to be there to be the ones to facilitate it.
Thanks, Asia. I just want to say that I was up in White Plains with Reverend Abad's project and on the Faith Walk, and actually brought my shofar and blew it. But I was so impressed. The incoming mayor of White Plains was there, and he reminded me that we had worked together 25 years ago. I forgot. But I said, what did it take to make this work? And he said, we had to get everybody on board. You had to get everybody in the community to be supportive of this thing, and that takes work. Because one person can block a project, but he was able, you and everyone else was able to get everybody on board. It's amazing how quickly this project is moving. It's so impressive. So I think you're right. We need to listen to people and listen to their concerns, and then say we share your concerns and we want to respond to your concerns. We want to respond to the concerns of your neighbors, and that it takes that work. But it's all about relationships. It's all about trusting each other and saying we want to do what you want and what we want. Let's find that common ground. It's not easy, but it can be done. And clearly, what an amazing experience it was to see everybody on board. Everybody was on the same team. Not one person was objecting to it. So that's very exciting. So, John, I wanted to ask you, we're looking at the Faith-Based Affordable Housing Act, trying to change the culture in the state. What's your thinking about that, and how does the regional planning impact on what we're doing in New York City? Clearly, New York City is inspiring the rest of the state, but how does that dynamic work?
Thanks, Mark. Many of you will remember a few years back a thing called the State Housing Compact. And, it was an ambitious package of reforms that kind of put a target on the backs of slow-growing suburban municipalities. And, people freaked out, and they came up with a great slogan: we want local control, not hocal control. And, credit where credit is due. And it didn't pass. In the years since then, we were very hopeful at the time. In the years since then, the city has racked up a remarkable string of victories. We've had City of Yes for Housing Opportunity. We've had the charter reforms from last year. That combined with a new state push, that environmental review reform that Josh mentioned, is going to create a new normal in New York City. So I'm going to talk about the city first, and I'll zoom out a little bit. Last year, my division at City Planning, we keep the housing stats in addition to pushing this initiative or that initiative, and we're already beginning to see significantly increased numbers of housing completions already. And, we were really satisfied with about 30,000 units of housing per year. I expect that with the combination of the recent changes and with state environmental review reform, that we can get maybe up to 50% more than that per year in a way that really does help catch up to that dramatic need for housing that Josh also mentioned. So I mentioned environmental review, seeker reform there. This was, I would say, much less flashy than the housing compact was. It sort of proceeded by stealth in a way. It did look to things that have happened in other states, environmental review reform in other states. One thing Josh didn't mention about reforms in other states is sometimes they're real and sometimes they're kind of fake, either by design or because municipalities can be so good at frustrating state-level reforms. We're wrapping our heads around the recent environmental review change at city planning, and this looks like one of the realest things that I've ever seen come down the pike in my 10 plus years in city service. Now in New York City, for instance, in low density areas, any project with an increment up to 250 units is exempt from environmental review. In medium and high density districts, all of Manhattan and much of Queens, Brooklyn, the Bronx, parts of Staten Island, up to 500 units of housing, as long as you meet the other criteria, will not have to do any environmental review at all. They will be exempt. And let me tell you, environmental review is the thing that adds 2+ additional years to a rezoning process at city planning that makes many people, many property owners, including faith-based owners, walk away before they even start because it's going to take so much time and it's going to take so much money. And I think that environmental review reform in New York State, it applies statewide, represents the state asserting itself in the housing reform space in a really amazing and important way that I'm hoping folks at RPA and New York Housing Conference and Open New York can build on in the years ahead. But in the meantime, I'm going to be taking a close look at the effects of that string of recent reforms, and I'm expecting really, really big things in a way that will produce a ton in New York, will also help in the rest of the state in a way that takes pressure off the city a bit as well.
Great, thanks, John. So, any other comments before we open up to questions about, okay, Josh.
Yeah, I could share a little bit more on the environmental review reform, or SECRA, as it's known if you're more in the business, because we, RPA and Open New York, worked very closely together, along with Housing Conference, to lead the coalition in support of that. And I think, like John said fairly, it was a bit of a stealth mission. And I think that actually says something, which is that environmental review reform was not the most controversial issue that was happening in Albany. In fact, far from it. A lot of journalists weren't that interested in covering it. I think in part because it's a little bit wonky, but I think also because it just felt like a no-brainer. There were projects that were getting stuck in these environmental reviews for 2, 3, 4, I've heard up to 10 years in some places in the state, that is a barrier to building the housing that we know that we need. And so at the end of the day, the reforms that we got were more ambitious than what the governor put forward at the beginning and what the state legislature had voted on and passed in the Senate the year before. And I think that speaks in part to the moment, also to the great advocacy that we did as a coalition, but that there is that appetite to be doing more. Another thing I want to highlight is, has a really big impact in New York City, but also is going to have a big impact across the state. So John mentioned 250 units, up to 250 units in low density areas in New York City. We actually got that number up to 300 units getting the exemption in most of the urbanized areas in New York State. So that includes the New York City suburbs, like most of Long Island and Westchester, as well as the upstate cities. So really big statewide reforms there. And yeah, I think that going forward, we have a really great opportunity to build on that, and we did really great advocacy within the state legislature and got a lot of positive feedback. So I think we're all looking forward to seeing what we can do next year and beyond.
Rachel.
And we also have a very specific opportunity this year as well. So we're in the final year of funding for the statewide affordable housing plan. So that means next session in Albany in 2027, we expect a proposal in the governor's budget of what the new housing plan would look like, and then counter proposals from the legislature. So New York Housing Conference has just started this engagement today, but we are soliciting input on local housing needs, and also solutions to the affordability crisis. So I know some of you left a message on our board. You can also scan the QR code and find out how to be more involved in our process. But already today, I'm just seeing things like, we want more supportive housing. We want specifically housing for people who are formerly incarcerated. We want housing for seniors, housing for youth. Specifically youth aging out of foster care, I saw. So I'm already getting a lot of really good input. But I think this is a really great opportunity for people to weigh in, because there is a moment for housing right now, and they will be taking it up next session in Albany. So let them know what direction you want this investment to go in. The last housing plan was 100,000 units, 5.3 billion. The governor just added another 250 million this session to add more low-income housing tax credit units to the pipeline. So it's a significant investment that your tax dollars are paying for, so you should really weigh in and say how you want that to be used. And we know that the needs are great across the state. We want to bring rents down. We want to create more home ownership opportunities. But what else? Like, what else do you want? So weigh in, scan the QR code, and leave us a note at our table, please.
I wanted to mention, and I think I met Ralph around this project it was called there was a history of New York City, New York State building supportive housing called New York Agreement. There was New York 1, New York 2, and New York 3. We were pushing for New York 4, but the governor and the mayor at the time didn't get along. And we also realized that supportive housing was needed not just in New York City, but across the state. So working with a very effective senator, we decided that we would see what were the needs out of New York City, and we decided to build a coalition and get support from legislators from around the state. And we were very successful in getting the mayor and the governor to commit to building 25,000 units over 10 years, I think it was. And so I think there's some real potential partnerships here for New York City and New York State to work together to build housing, because as you say, we all need housing. The whole state needs housing. And I'm just thinking that, of course, this is an election year, so the governor may be a little bit timid and taking some courageous stances, but I'm hoping we can build some momentum.
Also an opportunity to push in an election
Exactly,
year.
that's right.
We've timed this well.
Yeah, and next year she won't be running for re-election. Hopefully she'll be the governor, and maybe she'll be a little more courageous. So it's time to kind of build up momentum and to get the state to acknowledge what we need. I just want to step back a little bit to the Faith-Based Affordable Housing Act and the need for it, because we had one of our colleagues who, with his two churches merged, and they developed plans for affordable housing on one of the sites. I think they were going to build about 40 units, or maybe 70 units. And then the town changed its zoning rules and just, shut it down. I mean, after all that work, because the community just didn't want to have affordable housing in its neighborhood. So the need for the Faith-Based Affordable Housing Act is crucial. I wonder if you could tell us a little bit more about the challenges we're facing and what the act would actually do.
Thing that the first challenge is getting the stigma of what is affordable and who's it affordable for. There's often times when you say the word affordable, I know we're in a church, I'm not going to curse, but people are envisioning a crackhead, right? They are envisioning the worst of the worst. Whatever your worst of the worst, this is what people are thinking is going to come when you say the word affordable. But affordable is affordable for us. And I don't know about any of you, but I want affordable housing, right? My sister, my family. And affordable doesn't mean that you don't have a job or that you're not working or that there's always a voucher involved. It just means that we should not have to pay the bulk of our money to rent. That is what affordable is, right? And so when we talk about affordable housing and when we talk about it statewide in places like Rotterdam, New York, or Long Island, Westchester, it is a different conversation than we have in the Bronx or in Brooklyn or in Manhattan even. It is a very targeted, centered response and conversation so that people understand when you are thinking about affordable housing and building on your land, you're thinking about the people in your neighborhood. Who needs this? Is it seniors? Is it people who are aging out of their homes? Is it young families? Young families, I often say we went to We went to, a little while ago, we were in Huntington, Long Island, and we were there to support an ADU hearing, and everyone on the line, I really am not exaggerating, everyone on the line that was waiting to get in, majority of them were older New Yorkers who had this sort of community telephone about what was happening in their own town. And so they said, well, if we approve the ADUs, what will happen to all the guns? And I was like, what guns? Who told you that? And it was like, well, what if the guy lives there and then he never wants to leave? I was like, well, just put your son there. Why are you putting other people who don't live, who you don't know on the land that's yours? And it was just so much community telephone that happened within this one town that was really prohibiting people to get involved in a real way. And just our 5-minute conversation with them on the line going into the hearing changed at least, and I take it as a win, at least 5 people were just like, wait, let me look a little bit more into this so I can understand exactly what I'm going to support or not support. And that's exactly what's happening and continues to happen with the Faith-Based Affordable Housing Act. It is really, first, breaking down what their view is on housing, what's their view on affordable housing, and also assessing what the needs are. What are the needs? And so through that, I think this is why even just the success, although it hasn't passed, just the success of building this coalition, we can call it a success because we really broke ground with that.
Thank you. So, do we have any questions? Yes.
So this is a comment. It's mainly for John, but want the mayor and the governor to get this message. This is a statement, and then I have a question for you, John. The relationship, I had to write it down because I would forget it, and I would go off on a tangent. So to keep it under 30 seconds, I wrote it down. The relationship between tenants and landlords will improve greatly once the government reins in the out-of-control cost of utilities, especially Con Ed and National Grid. Taxes on fees to deliver the services, fees depending on how you pay the bill, all kinds of fees on top of fees, and then taxes again on those fees. My bill would be literally half the cost if it were not for the fees. We need our electeds to address this and rein them in. Can I get an amen, please? All right. So with that said, John, the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals, I like what you said about them. So can they help advocate for federally owned property or even state-owned property? There was supposed to be housing built out in East New York by Flatlands and Fountain, OMWB, I forgot the state agency that has a building there, but it's 30,000 acres of land, and Mayor de Blasio had secured that space for housing to be built, and nothing is happening. So if it's federally or state-owned, could the Board of Appeals help to advocate? If not, who would? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the board is not really an advocacy organization, and it's not really an entity that brings projects into being. We can be there to help facilitate projects that come before us, which would be my goal on the board. And in particular, there are new pathways for publicly sponsored affordable housing projects, projects that are HDFCs, that's the state corporate vehicle for rental affordable, for homeownership affordable, all types of affordable. So if you're a faith-based organization that is looking to do publicly sponsored affordable housing, I think the Board of Standards and Appeals is potentially a great avenue for you to pursue. Beyond that, it requires a landowner to take an active role in bringing those projects to us. And so I'm not aware of the particular sites that you're talking about right now, but it would be up to that landowner to move that forward.
It can help as long as it's in the city,
Sure.
even if it's state or federal owned.
I mean, the jurisdiction of the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals is all the land in New York State, and it can come to the board, before the board, for various different reasons, yes.
So let me follow up on that, John, because clearly there are some projects that a developer or a community might want, but that there's community resistance, as we heard about in upstate with Rotterdam. So what role, so what's the appetite of the board might be, if you were to chair it, to help either educate or support projects that and help the community understand the value of them? I mean, is that something within your purview, or?
Good question. I would say that, again, the board is not an advocacy organization, and I would say, you can contrast it a bit with the City Planning Commission. The City Planning Commission is typically operating with a pretty large amount of discretion when an entity comes before it and says, I want a rezoning. And, while of course the City Planning Commission's operations are constrained by various bodies of law, at the end of the day, they have a lot of discretion to say whether a particular rezoning is appropriate or not. Relative to that, the Board of Standards and Appeals is really, really constrained by the charter, by state law, by the zoning resolution. Typically, its objective is to determine whether certain findings are met. And if the findings are met, then a project is approved. If they're not met, then the project is disapproved. That said, this new pathway, the BSA Fast Track for Affordable Housing, will represent a workable pathway for a lot of publicly sponsored affordable housing projects in New York City, including those sponsored by faith-based organizations. If you have a site that could benefit from a little bit more than the zoning allows, in order, an earlier panel said, 50 units is about the bare minimum that we would want for a project. Maybe you have a site that under the existing zoning can't quite hit that threshold. Well, you could come to the Board of Standards and Appeals and apply for site-specific approvals for a project that has 75 units, notwithstanding that the zoning wouldn't allow it on that site today. And if you move forward with that approved project, then you can build those 75 affordable units on that site, even though, the underlying zoning doesn't allow it. So that's the main role, I think, that Board of Standards and Appeals will have with respect to the folks in this room going forward. It's just a new, streamlined, much less time-consuming, much less costly process to creating workable projects on the many tricky sites that the folks in this room control. Whether it's a campus with an existing building on it, whether it's an old parking lot. Housing Opportunity eliminated all parking requirements for houses of worship, by the way, or whether it's just in a regular site that has been in church ownership for years and years and years, whatever. The Board of Standards and Appeals would be able to help in a situation like that.
John, also, is the Board of Standards and Appeals able to change the zoning from manufacturing or commercial to residential? Is that within your purview?
It can't change. The Board of Standards and Appeals, Mark, to be clear, doesn't change the zoning at all, but it can grant, for projects that meet all the requirements, variances or exceptions to the zoning for particular projects. And while the BSA Fast Track is not available for sites that do not allow residential today, some faith-based organizations have been able to go through the variance process, the typical variance process, in order to enable affordable housing developments on sites that otherwise don't allow residential. So yes, the Board of Standards and Appeals can help in those situations as well. It's just a little bit more involved process, as you might imagine if you're trying to put housing on sites that don't allow it today. There can be a wider range of potential issues with residential uses in those locations than there would be on sites that already allow residential today. So the process is different, but yes, the BSA can help in that situation as well.
Great, thank you. Other questions?
This will be the last question, and then we're going to
Thank you. Thank you, John. I think you're going to be my best friend. A lot of information you just gave there that I'd like to see you afterwards if possible. As a landlord for over 30 years living in the Rockaways, I just want to address the zoning issue first. Our council member adamantly opposes the building of affordable housing solely. That's an issue that we're running into. They want to advocate for more home ownership, and so what they've done is redefined certain areas as flood zones. And that how that negatively affects us is now our insurance has doubled in the past few years. 2 years ago, it cost me almost $100,000 to evict a tenant. That's between the tenant not paying rent for 2 years and then the added costs for attorneys and other court costs. So I'm not sure how you're going to address that for the landlord's perspective. I made a proposal to the assembly member, not sure if it's the right place, but landlords are the ones who maintain city property. The sidewalks do not belong to us, and that's an added tax. So I've proposed, why not offer tax breaks for the cost to landlords to maintain city property. Those are just things that comes to a preacher's mind when you give him a mic. Thank you.
Who wants to take that?
Well, that's an interesting proposal. Credit for fixing your sidewalk. There's so many added costs with local laws that I feel like, for homeowners, they have been building and building. You mentioned insurance. We are looking at an insurance agenda as part of our statewide affordable housing plan because homeowners know you've all been getting killed on this issue, but it's also impacting renters for the multifamily buildings. We have looked at insurance costs increase over a 4-year period, 105%. And this just isn't sustainable if we're all looking to keep rents down and creating more home ownership opportunities. So I think also the other question on utilities, I think gets at like a similar challenge. We're not just seeing cost inflation in one area, it's every single area, and that compounding effect just makes it really difficult. So I would say that idea for the tax credit for what you have to spend to fix your sidewalk, it is appropriate to go to your assembly member, so I would definitely push that.
I want to ask a question because we know that we have a federal government that is making things so difficult, and it's remarkable what the city is doing in spite of what the state is doing in spite of this pressure. I'm just thinking that when that federal pressure is lifted, there may be an unbelievable amount of activity in this city, and I'm just wondering how we're thinking about preparing for the sunlight to shine on us again. Yeah, because it seems that, again, we're doing so much with so little, and it's remarkable that we're able to still think positively about changes that we can do. So just wondering what thoughts are if we have more opportunity with a friendlier federal government. Any thoughts on that?
It sounds like the governor's rep is here, and we should probably make way. So maybe we can leave that hanging out there. Sound good? I don't have anything on that one. I'm buried in my little local government. I don't know if Rachel or others
We
have.
are ready to receive all the federal housing assistance. We will make good with it in the city housing plan and the state housing plan. We're ready.
Yeah. Okay, so last words, what can people here do to make your work easier and to make us all housing developers?
In 10 seconds, in my 10 years, 10, 12 years in city government, I've seen the conversation around housing change so much, and a big portion of that was bottom up. So it's folks like you who have a ton of credibility and everybody recognizes are real, just getting out there and spreading the word. That's been so helpful over the last 10 years, and I hope it's helpful in the next 10 as well.
I will also just add to that and say, don't forget about your state representatives. I think a lot of people think about the city and housing issues, that people that live in the city as just a city issue, but it is a statewide one, and Long Island and Westchester contributes to our housing market, and the whole state has to be handling and dealing with its housing shortage. So in your advocacy, make sure you're also speaking with your assembly member and state senator to push for statewide housing reforms.
Support housing in your neighborhood. Show up to the local meetings. And today, fill out our survey before you leave. Thanks.
If you are in alignment or with the org that has a membership or on the ground or part of a tenant association, if you're a part of a congregation, the number one thing you have to do is assign homework. You cannot have a group of people meeting just to meet. That part of the portion of advocacy is over. People need to do something. They need to feel more invested. And so give them something to do. And I call that homework. Mm-hmm.
So thank you to our panel. Thank you very much. Rashida.
So thank you for everyone who has stayed with us and through the afternoon. We are about to welcome a wonderful guest who is representing New York State Governor Kathy Hochul. I'd like to welcome to the stage right now Christian Romero, who is the Assistant Director of the Office of Faith and Nonprofit Development Services. I would like to say and to take a moment to extend our heartfelt sympathies to the Reverend Cara Washington Richardson, who is the director of the Office of Faith and Nonprofit Services, on the passing of her husband, the Reverend Antoine D. Richardson Sr., who is, and that is the reason that she is not with us today. We extend our prayers to her family at this time. And as we took a moment of silence for Mary Lou Jackson, the wife of our board member, I would like to take just a moment of silence for Reverend Richardson, if we could. Thank you. And with that, I would like to introduce Christian Romero, who will be reading a statement from Governor Kathy Hochul.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be here with you all today. As Rashida mentioned, I'm the Assistant Director of the Office of Faith and Nonprofit Development Services at the state. And I want to begin by recognizing Reverend Peter Cook and Rashida Tyler for the leadership in bringing us together for this important conversation. On behalf of Governor Kathy Hochul, I extend greetings to the New York State Council of Churches, the Interfaith Affordable Housing Collaborative, the Riverside Church, and all the faith leaders, advocates, developers, architects, financial partners, public servants, and community stakeholders who are gathered here. Governor Hochul regrets that she couldn't be here today, but she deeply values the role that faith communities play across the state. Houses of worship are more than just buildings. They are trusted places of refuge, service, and hope. Long before government launches a program, the faith leaders are often already meeting those urgent needs. They're feeding families, they're supporting seniors, they're gathering young people, and they're stepping in when communities are under strain. That is why this conversation about affordable housing matters. Housing is more than just a policy issue. It is dignity and stability. It is where children learn, where seniors age with security, where families build their future. When housing is unstable, every single part of life becomes harder. The New York State Council of Churches understands this, and that's why through its statewide network and commitment to justice, the council reminds us that faith must be lived, not just spoken. Through the Interfaith Affordable Housing Collaborative, congregations are being challenged to ask, how can the land, buildings, and resources entrusted to us better serve our neighbors today? And that question is both spiritual and practical. It reflects the mission of faith communities while recognizing the complexity of affordable housing development. Congregations need trusted partners, technical support, fair agreements, and access to financial and legal guidance. And they also need confidence that their mission and long-term presence in the community will be protected. Under Governor Hochul's leadership, New York State is responding to the housing crisis with urgency. Her administration has advanced a broad housing agenda to create and preserve affordable homes, reduce barriers, strengthen communities, and make New York more affordable. But government can't do this alone. We need the moral leadership of faith communities and the experience of advocates and everyone else gathered here today. So today I want to thank the New York State Council of Churches and the partners who made this summit possible. Thank you for not only naming the housing crisis, but for organizing around solutions and helping congregations move from property to possibility. Governor Hochul believes every New Yorker deserves a safe, a stable, and an affordable place to call home. And achieving that goal will require all of us, government, private sector, nonprofits, faith communities working together creatively and with shared purpose. May all of the conversations you had today lead to stronger partnerships, responsible development, and new opportunities for communities across the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christian. Can you tell us a little bit about the Office of Faith and Nonprofit Development Services and what you do, and especially for faith leaders?
Sure, absolutely. I'll take this off. So the New York State Office of Faith and Nonprofit Development Services was created almost 3 years ago. Under Governor Kathy Hochul's leadership, she created this office to help serve as a liaison between the faith communities and government. Many times in my role, when I have to travel around the state and I have to visit a synagogue, a mosque, a temple, a church, a lot of times what I hear from faith leaders is not that there is a problem of help that is not available. It is more the access to that help. As many of you in the room probably know, state government can be pretty complex. It can be difficult to navigate. So our office stands as that beacon of support to help you navigate in the state what resources are available and help bring those resources closer to you. So when I talk about our office, I usually describe it in two different buckets. The first bucket is our community outreach, where we go out to houses of worship, where we sit down with faith leaders, where we organize with them and give them the support and services they need at the state. And we work with the 97 state agencies by bringing to them the resources that they're missing for whatever program it is that they're providing for their communities. The other bucket, the one that people are more excited about, is the grant side. So as a state agency, we offer grants to faith-based organizations and community-based organizations. We actually released a grant a few days ago. I can't speak much about it right now, but you can find the information for that $1.2 million grant on our website. But we also connect faith-based organizations to the statewide financial system. How many of you, just by a show of hands, have heard of the statewide financial system? SFS, for short. Usually I get lower hands. I get one or two, so congratulations. We make sure that small FBOs and CBOs get on SFS, statewide financial system. Because the way I like to explain it is, it's like a catalog. There's 97 state agencies available, ranging in services, and they all put their contracts in that statewide financial system. So faith-based organizations can create an account, but even before creating an account, you can log on to SFS and view what opportunities are available, sort of like a catalog. And you view what grants could apply to your organization and your mission. So we try to make sure that every faith-based organization, small or large, is on that system. Because as you know, money is scarce right now. And when there is a contract that's available, if you are on SFS, if you are pre-qualified, if you are ready, then you have a better opportunity at getting that grant. So our office is always happy to support any faith-based or community-based organization in getting access to SFS, access to any state resources, or any other questions that you may have.
There we go with the mic gremlins again. So Christian, as the executive director of the New York State Council of Churches, we hear so much about, congregations that want to apply for a grant, but they don't have grant writing expertise in-house. Does your office help congregations with that or connect them to grant writing resources?
That's a great question. We hear that often. Obviously with a lot of smaller FBOs and CBOs, that's a common issue. And we have partners that we can connect them to. We are a small grants team. We're about 3 people on our grants team. So we can't help with the grant writing process, but we're happy to connect you to the resources that we have.
And so you go across the state and you hear from faith leaders about their concerns. What is something that bubbles up as the preeminent concern for faith leaders across New York State?
So we hear a lot of different things, but a lot of the same when we're traveling across the state. As I mentioned, a lot of the problems we hear are access to the state government resources, and we try to tackle that. But a lot of times what we hear is just that there's also not grants available to tackle the type of assistance that these faith-based organizations need. So we're working on that from our office, because when our office started, Governor Hochul appointed Reverend Cara Richardson, who is the director of our office, and she went on a 62-wide county listening tour. So she traveled every county in the state and asked the faith leaders the same question. What do you need? What's wrong? Where can we help you? And we use that to fuel our office's needs assessment. And that's how we have been releasing the grants that our office has been putting out, based on the needs that we hear from the community. So when we hear situations that there are no specific contracts tied to a piece of assistance that a FBO might need, we try to work around and find a new contract that we can put out or some type of assistance.
Well, we thank the governor very much for her statement. Would you like to take any questions, or can you stay for a little bit to take any questions?
Absolutely. I'd be happy if anybody has a question.
How are you today? My name is Cream Lover. I'm here because Mark, who was the moderator. At the previous panel, he invited me yesterday, so thank you, Mark, for inviting me. I appreciate it. My question, it's a simple question. When are you planning to run for office, brother?
Well, Mark, thank you for inviting him. I hope you didn't tell him to ask me that. Thank you for the question. No, I'm here representing Governor Hochul, and she's been doing a lot on the affordability crisis, on the housing crisis, and I'm happy to be representing a governor who's been doing a lot of good work for our community.
Good answer. You'll keep your job.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, well, I actually have one more question, if I may. So we heard earlier from panelists who spoke about small lot development because many congregations actually, especially in urban areas, have smaller parcels. And the other panelist, Ralph Fasano, who's actually one of our sponsors, spoke about LIHTC and the different credits, and also about the OTADA homelessness and housing grant program. One of the questions that was asked around that was if there can be any type of advocacy for more funding for both of the LIHTC program. And I don't know if Ralph is still here or not. I was going to ask him if it's at the 9% or at the 4% level. At the 9%? The grant, so funding to increase LIHTC awards at which level? The 4% or the 9%? Both. Both. And then also to help increase the OTADA homelessness and housing grant, which last year there was only about 9 that were made throughout the state. And it's a worthy program where you can develop as little as 5 units of housing, which would help many people who have many congregations who have smaller lots. So I guess the question would be, would your agency advocate for that, or could you advocate for that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we are a state agency similar to OTADA, but we have partners in OTADA who we can speak to directly about it and inquire on your behalf. So if anybody has any type of agency that they work with, that they want to, ask more about or advocate on behalf of something, we're happy to relay that message with our partners at that agency.
And we know that department budget deadlines are in August. So is there a timeline for congregations to approach the Office of Faith and Development Services? Is that like this summer? Should they be coming to you now to say, hey, can you increase the funding for these programs, and have you go to the partners at the state, the agencies? Is this now the time?
Yeah, I think not just now, anytime you have any type of those inquiries, please feel free to reach out to us. We can always route it to the best partner, or we can tell you how you can get that inquiry resolved with the state agency themselves.
You do have a question.
Sure.
Hi, good evening, afternoon. So I know we're here for faith-based housing, but housing overall is a crisis everywhere. With faith-based within our communities, even outside our communities. So I know by me being a community leader, fighting for all housing issues, and I am an organizer as well as a community leader with Vocal New York and a person with lived experience of homelessness. And I worked for the city of New York for 29 years with ACS. My question is that we requested the governor for $250 million to put in for the new state housing bill, which is the Housing Access Voucher Program. She did give us last year $50 million. She gave us a total of $200 million, but as a pilot for $50 million each year, which total up for 4 years. The question and the issue that I have is that she knows that housing is an issue, is a crisis, and that we need more affordable housing, but affordability is different overall. I know you know that, right? So when we there fighting in Albany, day in, day out, week in, week out, and we're asking for this, just a little money in a bucket, and she denied it, and then we hear at a faith-based meeting, and we're asking for this, and we're asking for that, and then you go back and you let her know this is what's going on, this is what was said. So you could go tell Kathy Hochul that we need more money in the budget of housing because it is a crisis. We have homeless people that need to be in a home. And if she really cared, have compassion, because we're really in the center of a church. What's the question? So the question is that, it's literally not a question, it's a statement, that she literally have to put more money to fund these voucher programs to get people out of shelters so they can literally live in a home. That's period.
Yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for your 29 years of city service. I'm happy to bring that back to the team. The governor has a policy team. I'm happy to speak with them and connect you with. I think these forums are very important because we get that kind of feedback, and I'm always happy to bring it back and stay in touch with you.
I'm so glad you all stayed to the end. Want to give the governor's representative, Christian Romero, a big round of applause. Thank you so much. And also, definitely, for sure, the executive director of New York State Council of Churches, Rashida Tyler. Yes, thank you, Rashida. Thank you.
So there is one more piece that we want to do. Earlier this morning, we had on our schedule Miss Elizabeth Mackey, who could speak about the need for building more housing, more faith-based housing, but also just more housing, and speak about her experiences. You just heard her in asking a question, and I met Elizabeth rallying at one point on Wall Street, in Albany, every place you can think of, at premieres of homelessness activist movies. Elizabeth is out there, and her heart is there for the people. One of the reasons we hold this housing conference at this time of year is because on June 19th is Juneteenth. And one of the purposes of holding the conference here in such close proximity to one of the highest need areas in New York City is because we want the faith leaders who are here to come and to hear this knowledge. We provide complimentary tickets because the idea is that you're hearing this knowledge, you're connecting with people so that you can have an understanding of the development process. Right now, there are many changes happening, and all too often, the congregations that are deeply impacted, African American, Black congregations, they'll sell their building, they will have to move out of a community. They don't understand the development process, not because they, for any lack of knowledge, because it literally is hidden in multiple places, and you have to go to so many places to get access to the information of how to finance a project. What about the zoning? How do you get around the zoning? We only discovered a few years ago about the BSA. That knowledge is not well known, and so we intend to keep doing these conferences and to keep getting the knowledge out there until the knowledge is embedded in the faith community, and so that we don't have to worry that anyone will be taken advantage of by a developer, or someone will sell their property at a lower cost or lower value than what it's actually worth, which is, again, how wealth is extracted from our communities. So with that, I actually want to bring Miss Elizabeth Mackey up to the podium so we can have a brief conversation that we wanted to have earlier. And again, Elizabeth is doing amazing things and is a woman of faith and is working with the faith community and has for over 20 years. So as Elizabeth wakes her way up here, I will just say a little bit more about the Housing Access Voucher Program, which is was advocated for by many over the past few years. And the reason why we do things such as advocacy for policies to help impact homelessness and displacement immediately is because it takes about 3 to 5 years to build affordable housing. So we have to have an impact on all levels, in policy as well as in development. And so with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to Miss Elizabeth Mackey. It's about 5 minutes to talk about her experiences and the need for housing. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Rashida. So as I was saying, my name is Elizabeth Mackey, and I just worked for this city for 29 years, and I used to also teach as well for 7. And in 2019, I had experienced a death experience in 2019, and during my whole transition of my medical issues, I could no longer work. The doctor had said that I had 95% brain damage, so I couldn't see, couldn't talk, and my left side of my body, I couldn't hardly had no mobile skills. Moving forward, I couldn't work no longer with the city because I was more or less what they call it, I was disabled, but because I had so many medical issues, I became a liability to the city. So I lost everything. I lost my house, and which put more of a strain on my health. But when I look back over what I went through, it was a purpose of me being right where I'm at now. It taught me how to be humble, how to thank God for bringing me back to life. It taught me how to work better with people and look at homeless not as people look at homeless like it's a curse, like it's something bad, like it's a taboo. Things happen to all of us, and when it happened to all of us, we have to look at it as to teach us a lesson. And sometimes we don't look at it like that, but I did. I look at it as a lesson because it taught me to not look down at a homeless person. And even though I was working with families, and here I am, was referring them to shelters and helping families to get together and to change their life around. And I said that could never happen to me. I could never see myself in a shelter. And mind you, I had a house. I had 2 daughters. And I thought I was living a good life until all of that was taken away. And here I am. I advocate for homeless people, and I connect with homeless people. And I go and talk to homeless people, and I relate to them. And even though I experienced 1 year in a shelter, I humble myself. And God stripped me from everything I had. And I thanked him for it, because if you look at me, even when I was in homeless, people would think like, you was homeless? Even the Mayor Adams, he had looked me up and down, and he couldn't even believe that I was homeless. So homeless didn't have a look. It don't have an income. It doesn't have a race. It doesn't have none of that. What it show a person is, what can you do to help another person? In the book of Isaiah 58, in verses 9 to 12, the Bible says that we are supposed to feed the hungry, clothe the naked, and shelter the wandering. So when I've learned that and see what we're out here doing, Some of us is not doing that. We're not living by the principle of what God is telling us to do. But here I am doing everything what God is intending for me to do, because that is my mission, because he took me to be where I'm at, which is to help the homeless, to feed them, to clothe them, to connect with them. And this is the reason why he brought me back to life, because he could have left me gone just like everybody else. So we are here for a reason, for a season. We don't have that much time here on this earth. So you have to ask yourself when you leave here, what is your purpose? What are you doing? Why are you doing it? For what reason? Because God, it doesn't matter what you have on. It doesn't matter how much money you have in a bank. Because when you die, you can't take none of that stuff with you. God looks at your heart. He looks at your motive. Why are you doing what you're doing? Are you doing it to get applause? Are you doing it for someone to say, oh, you did a good job? But what are you doing it for? So when you do something to help homeless people, to deal with housing, because we out here rallying, housing is a human right. But what does that really mean? What are you really saying when you saying housing is a human right? Or are you really out there helping somebody to get in housing? Or are you standing up to these here people saying, wait a second, this rent is too high for someone to be paying, knowing that they only have little income? Are you helping going to court on your day off, going to court and standing up to these judges and saying, wait a second, why are you doing this and why are you doing that? Are you going to them rallies at City Hall? Are you going to Albany standing up? What are you doing? Because if you're not really doing none of those stuff, if you're not helping writing or reimbursing those bills, if you're not really helping breaking down these systems, then really, what are you really doing? Just think about that. Because we're here to change these systems, not to entertain the systems, but to change them, to do what's right for the people. And when you do right for the people, you're doing something right for yourself. Because it's going to be one day, God going to come, and he ain't going to look at the outer person. He's going to say, my faithful servant, what have you been doing while you was here on this earth? And you got to, he's going to wait for you, the whole thing, he's going to wait for you to answer that. And he's going to take you back. Because when I died on that train, he took me back. And he showed me my life. And he brought me back. And this is where I'm at now. So housing is a human right. We have a housing crisis here nationwide. And we got to fight. We got to fight. Either, when you go to church, ask your pastor, see what property is out there. See what you can do. We know that there's land trusts out there. We know that there's things out there that we can make it more affordable. But what that affordability looks like, our mayor said he want an affordable city. But what does that really mean for the ones that's out here struggling? What does affordability mean when people can't even buy grocery, that when people can't even buy their medication, when people can't even put gas in their cars, when people can't even go and buy their kids clothes? What does that affordability mean? So we have to just go home, take a good little thought, and find out what are your purpose here, and come back next year and figure it out. Say, you know what? I heard what Miss Mackey said. And during that whole year, I went out there and I made a difference, not just for me, but for my community and for others that I met. Because along the way, you don't know who you may meet. you may meet an angel, and that angel may be God. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you. All right, so Mark. Oh, where's Mark? Ah, Mark. You are up. You are up with the raffle. Okay, if you have not filled out your raffle yet, Mark is giving you an opportunity to fill out a raffle ticket. And for that, I say, Mark, what is the prize? A $75 gift certificate to a wonderful restaurant right across from the Cathedral of St. John Divine. So we will give you moments to fill out your raffle tickets. And we are at 3:44 with some closing words after the raffle. I think we will be on time. Started late, ending on time, even early, even early. Mark, are employees excluded from the raffle? It's okay, I'm fine. Yeah, Dr. Jackie, No, the most honest in the room. Dr. Jackie, would you like to talk about Cody Cares? Would you like to talk about Cody Cares? Okay, the drawing is happening. First winner is Clive. Mark, how many certificates are there? There are 2. Okay, so one prize has already been given away, and the second drawing is happening now. Cat! Yeah! Yes! Oh! This is second year in a row. That is amazing and wonderful and well-deserved. Awesome. Yay. So before we close out, I just wanted to give a moment for anyone to ask any questions that have been burning all day that were not answered by the panel, and to, if there's anything that we did not touch on that you want to learn more about, we would love to hear from you. So if there's anything that you did not hear about or anything that you have a question about, now is the time to say something. Oh, there's one question in the far back. Do you have a mic? Let me see. You know what? Actually, use this mic. I have another mic. Ah, perfect. I know.
Such a small gathering, but I toward the end of the conference, but I just wanted to ask, we saw city and state officials come and speak, And each one has an ambitious plan, one for the state and one for the city. But we heard Sister Mackey come up here and explain who is supposed to be centered in God's plan, which is the people. So when we see all this politics and politicking, and we have our advocacy groups and folks who are positioning for power, we have to remember who the church is for. And yes, it's for all of us, but those people. So how do faith leaders, in the midst of a very contentious political climate, center people over politics? Right. So I guess that's a general question, not Republican, Democrat, or liberal, conservative, but center the actual focus on the people.
Right. So what I'll say to that is that we have connected with faith leaders who are developing for the wrong reasons. They'll come to us and say, we're having a financial crunch, or we know a building is going up nearby and rents are going to increase, and the motive that leads with is financial. And then we have faith leaders who come to us and they say, my congregation is being priced out of my neighborhood. I want to build because no one else is building for the people who are in our community. I want to build not for the profit motive. I want to build because the need is centered. And when we go through a process with houses of worship of why they want to develop, we focus in on that. If your motive is purely financial, you could go any route. You don't have to go with a faith-based organization to help you through the process. You can go with a regular developer, and that is a route some choose to go. But if mission is your true locus and your center, then that is what we want to make sure is strengthened. The mission is the purpose. And once you find your mission, you refine it and you strengthen it, you will find your allied partners. As Ralph Fasano was saying, and also as Ted was saying, you're going to want to talk to everyone who you work with to make sure you are mission aligned. And so to keep the focus where it should be in housing development, specifically faith-based housing development, it is doing that deep soul searching. You can develop anywhere if you're just looking for profit. But again, I circle back to the question, where is the market? Who is the market? The market is actually where there is supposed to be the most need, where there is a lack of supply but a dearth of demand. And that is with the people who need housing the most. Jackie.
So what I'm going to say and ask, remember that I'm here to help. So I don't put things out or ideas out without coming to say I will help with that. So one, I think New York State Council of Churches, you all do a phenomenal job. I want you all to create a survey. I can help with that because even though there's representation all over the state here, it should be standing room only here. As often as I hear churches all over try to figure out how do we deal with this housing crisis, how do we help, how do we build, they always got questions, where's the funding, where's this, but why people don't tell us, and here's the opportunity. Here is the opportunity. This room should be filled. So create a survey to see what we can do, how we can help those of us here, those of us who were here and left. How can we commit to making sure that if you continue to have this annually, that it's always filled this room?
I love it. Absolutely. And you will not believe the number of calls that we get following the housing summit asking us the same information in the housing summit. So, the thing is, we're always here. We're always happy to be of service. And yes, we'd love to have you help us and work on a survey. Yes, absolutely. Oh, okay. I want to give Mark a chance to wrap up the conversation and to close us out. He is networking right now, which is the purpose of this this conference. So I don't want to close this out, but we'll give. Okay, are there any pastors in the house? Any pastors remaining in the house? I know there is a, oh, okay. Would you like to do well, I would say a closing prayer, but we're going to try to wait on Mark for, Mark. Hi, we're closing out. But this is the purpose of this conference, is to network. We're going to close out, say our closing words, and we're going to have a prayer from one of the wonderful volunteers of the clergy in the room. So we're just closing out. We are early.
Thank you, Rashida. Well, listen, I just want to say that what we've done here today is ultimately to help people find their way home. I was just greeted by a gentleman who gave me his card and said he has 40 units of affordable housing that we may be able to place people with vouchers in. So we are doing some important, we don't know the work that's happened here while we've been talking, but the connections that have been made and the ideas that have been opened and the people that we've learned, that we've connected with are doing a very important work. So we never know how God is moving through us, but I trust that what we've done today will result in people finding their way home. And I think that's a real blessing. And I look forward to each of you reaching out to us to see how we can help, we can work together to pass these laws to make more housing more available, to help more congregations live out their mission. And I think it's a wonderful thing, and I'm so glad that all of you joined us today, and we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And I would like to hand the mic over to Reverend Mackie Aston from the Middle Collegiate Church to close us in prayer.
That's right.